We're live. Hello. Stream 207. I'm going to be working today on new and updated ticket highlighting. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? So, this has been on the list for a long time, along with some other improvements I want to make to the ticketing system. So, it's the in-game system for reporting issues, making suggestions, that kind of thing. So, right now, you can see a list of issues. But the problem is that if an admin goes in and updates an issue, for example, if I go in here and say test, there's a toast here, but if you're not logged in, you might not notice. Also, there's no indication here that shows that it's updated. So what I kind of want to do is a couple of things. I could probably get rid of the toast afterwards too. I'd like to show the tab, the tickets tab, with some kind of animation to let you know, to draw attention to it. And then when you click it, I want to show the tickets that you haven't, that have updated since you last saw them in some kind of highlight using CSS. And then when you click the issue, I wanted to highlight the changes in the history that you hadn't seen before. Hey there, The Void. How are you doing? Excuse me a second. Right, so I think this is the way I'm going to do it. So for every ticket that the player has, we're going to have the number of items that were in the ticket's history tracked in the player's record, and apply an animation effect if any ticket is new or updated. Show a special icon and highlight any ticket that's new. So that's in this window here for status. Show a little icon that says it's new. And when an updated ticket is viewed, highlight the new history items. So it would highlight this row here. Highlight that row there. Send a message to the server once a ticket's viewed to update the player record, so that if you log in again, so basically persist the fact that you've seen that updated ticket. And then whenever you log in, you would get that information back. You could also store it locally, but then the problem is if you lost your local storage or cleared it or logged in from a different computer, then it wouldn't show correctly. So yeah, we want to sample the ticket last view history when the ticket's selected, not when the ticket's updated. So that's so that we see if I understand this right, what I wrote. Right, if we're back here and when the ticket's updated, we resample that information, then we wouldn't see any highlights at all. It would automatically just get cleared. So we want to wait until they click a ticket, show the difference, update it on the, tell the server it's been updated, and then update our local end only when we leave that and select a different ticket. Okay, and here's some other bugs that were noticed and requests that were made for the ticketing system. So don't allow white space only nodes, don't allow empty ticket descriptions, have a link field. So right now there is no link field. I go to the real game. Any one of these bugs here, I'll have a link I've been putting in his notes. I would like to have it show up here as a clickable link though. And then look into ticket description formatters. Right now there's a primitive formatting where we convert new lines and double new lines into breaks and paragraphs. And also there's some support for hyperlinks like that. But that is about it. No other kind of formatting. So I might look into Markdown or some other library that we can use to do some more advanced formatting. Hey there, Bookbound. How's it going? So yeah, that's the plan for today. All right, so to get started with, for every player ticket, track the number of items that were in the, so yeah, we'll have to have some kind of list of tuples, I think. So let me start setting up a unit test for this. How do I want to arrange this? Send to the player on login. Okay. I didn't do any unit testing yesterday. I kind of regret it. I need to go back and put unit tests for the stuff I did yesterday at some point. Hey there, Dracklin. Good morning. Or good evening. Or good midnight. Or good noon. Wherever you happen to be. Guaranteed to be one of those things somewhere in the world, right? Profile, right? All right. It's quite a lot of profile tests, actually. Not seeing, maybe it's under auth. I'm not seeing the tests for what you get when you log in. What are the things you get when you log in? Let me test this. Reload. Oh. Inventory. I don't know if I have a test for that. There's the logged in status. Interesting that you get the sprites before you actually are logged in, and tile sets, and then you're logged in. Inventory, and then these are updates. It's your profile. Tickets. Oh, tickets, maybe we could find somewhere, some reference to that. That's when it's changed. Okay, so how about tickets? Over here, Mike. That's player download ticket list. Oh, is that something that's in there? Get my tickets. Oh, it is. I think I'm going to migrate away from doing this, though. It should just be automatic, just like the inventory is. All right. How did I do that inventory stuff? Send player inventory. Happens when? Unsuccessful client login. Yeah, so I think I want to add it here. Is there any documentation on game mechanics, how combat will work? Haven't designed a lot of that yet. Where would it go? I'll probably, if I needed to organize my thoughts, I'd probably put a note in here. So I have stuff for like dialogues I did yesterday. What did I put into random thoughts? Place. This is when I was trying to figure out how zones would work. Let me give this a better title. Tile sets and zones. This Twitch golem stuff. Temporary client entities. Yeah, I guess I really haven't put a whole lot of thought into the combat system or the game mechanics. Yeah. Well, I guess that means it's wide open for ideas. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Golem. Golem says hello. 50,000. Hey, it keeps inflation. It's a real pain. I got a chance to watching the wrap-up video for May. Oh, good. And we're only like a week and a half away from the June wrap-up video. Okay, I think we're going to migrate towards this kind of scheme where we just send it. We don't wait for a message to request it. It's actually more efficient that way anyway. And we're going to make that part of the profile. Or should it just be something you get with your profile? What do you get with your profile right now? I mean, why don't I just include the tickets here? That would be the most efficient, actually. This is what, when it's changed, when we turn the mask off and we see the username show up. Fetch profile when masked. Fetch profile when not masked. Okay. Can we interact, read the signpost in the game? You can once I push it into production. See, right now, it works in the test environment, but not in production yet. I haven't pushed it. He says, I think you don't include the tickets in profile because you can update the profile independently and the tickets data can be big. I suppose so. Yeah, you're probably right. You're right. Then I really shouldn't make it part of the profile. It should be part of the moderation, right? Yeah. There's the get my. Maybe it should be part of get my tickets. I think it should be part of get my tickets. So let me search for tickets. By the way, I might have to end the stream early today because my son's sick and I have to take him to the doctor. And my wife's scheduling an appointment, doesn't know what time it'll be. So it might be that, oh, hey, gotta run, you know, in the middle of the stream. If I have to end really super early, I might resume the stream later when I get back. A test. Let's download the ticket list. Player download ticket list. Okay, and then the initial tickets. So did I have special messages for when tickets get updated? I never actually put this back into the game, then notice to player. I don't know if I actually need that because it's just a different kind of ticket. Okay. Ticket update. Ticket update. I think it should be incorporated into both. Well, hold on. We don't need... The client knows if they've read the ticket, so it really only needs to be part of the initial get my tickets thing. No, I'll just include it in here. So I'll need it to be part of the profile. Well, I'll have it stored in the profile, but it comes back as a part of the tickets information. But will that? Let me look at something. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. So it's gonna be stored in the player's record throw. So you'll do it through change profile, but it will not be reported back to the user that way. So I need to put it in here. We need to add. I need to know the ticket numbers. There. And I don't have a history, do I? Shoot. I need a history. Let's make a bookmark. Okay, here's the history. Let's see if it doesn't have a history. It'll be like it has 0 entries. Okay, so we'll have ticket 2 have a history. Let's include let's put 2 things in the history. State open. And how does this work if admin opens it? I forget. Actually, we would see that in here, right? Tickets. I should like do that so you can see it. History. Okay, the who is missing if it's closed by an admin. Okay, so no admin. State. 87? Okay. So this ticket has 2 things in the history, and what I want to record is that the player has seen one of those. So, and also that has seen ticket 1 but not 3, something like that. So, what do we call it? Tickets viewed. JSON array. Hey there, Ramy. Wowee. Look who's here. Yeah, we're gonna keep we're gonna keep it separated in the messages. In the back end, I can move it around. Won't affect the front end. All right, tickets array. So ID a ticket 1 and the other field would be how the count of the history items. What name to put here? That's relatively short. N or something? Changes? Okay, so they've seen, let's say they've seen ticket 1 and ticket 2, and they've only seen 1 change for ticket 2. So I wanted to basically just report this information for now, but I'll use this as a template for other tests too. Get my tickets. I think I just want it to include it with the ticket. Right, let's see. How to distinguish between 0 changes seen and not seeing the ticket at all. I think I might need 2 different fields here. Seen. True. Seen ticket. Ticket seen. Seen. And maybe last changes. Oh, for this one, ticket 2 was for someone else. Okay, so let's move, let's make a ticket 4 then. And I'm just going to drop this history here. Ticket 4 is the same user because I want that to show up. And I don't know, do I need that? It's just whatever fields are there, right? Is that how I did it? I just lumped everything together? And player tickets. Oh, okay. I guess that's what I did. All right. That should be that, not 2. Oh, wait. That should be 2 for part of this, and then, yeah. That's so that player 2 doesn't show up masked. This should be... Okay. That should be empty. Player 1 is masked. Player 2 is not. Player 2 is Bob. Player 1 is Alex. Yep. Okay. Player 2 is not masked. Player 1, I just want to set the tickets viewed. Okay. So I think I'm going to include it at that level up here. Scene. Wait a minute. Where did I type that already? I did. All right. Saw that. Have not seen this one. Then ticket 4, seen true. Last change is 1. And the history. Story in there. And this is expanded, I believe. Did I get that right? This isn't right. That should say Alex. I player 1 actually. And this isn't right either. Let's just put something else. Well, let's just leave it out. So should it be reporter player 1? Wait a minute. Why is it sometimes who and sometimes reporter? I think that was just to make it different. This one was a reporter, like that, right? Ticket 4 just has a history and a reporter. Okay, cool. With that being replaced. Okay, got it. Hey there, Kankomatics. Yeah, working on the ticketing system. All right, build it. Let me send a text right now. Oh my, I'm good. My son is sick though. Might have to take him to the doctor. So if you hear me say sorry, I have to go, that's probably why. Depends on when we get the doctor appointment set up. All right, ready to test. This will fail now. Run. Fails. It's going to be kind of hard to read, isn't it? Actually, I only see tickets 1 and 3. I don't see 4. Did I not set that up right? Oh, wrong content. That would be why. Cool. And the history's in there. The who is replaced correctly. All right, this is the second thing in history. Got it. Okay. Get my tickets. Send player tickets. Actually, does this call for more than one place? No. Only call from one place. All right, so I'm going to need to get the player record then. Const auto player equals simple profile dot players get player ID. All right, and then that player record, I'm gonna have to update that. Essentially, I need what? A map would be nice. A map from ticket to number of changes seen. This has its own tests too, so I should update those. Players tests. Does this have a serialize? It does. And a restore and a clone. So I need to update those first, really. Oh, this is all players. Okay. So we'll just put it in here for now. I guess I'll just call it tickets. It's going to be an empty array. Because I'm gonna have this tested in somewhere else. Well, should I? I don't think I should. I think I should set it up here. So to do this, what? Change player 2 maybe? Tickets 18 equals 2. So that for player 2 it would have something like this. I can fold that all into one line, right? If I do that, I'm going to remove these commas. Okay. So tickets doesn't exist. Go ahead and add that, I guess. We need map. This tracks the number of changes to each ticket visible to the user. This tracks the number of changes that the player has seen for each ticket visible to the player. All right, and then serialize. Oh, that's leveraging players serialize, which is what this tests. So deserialize. I guess I'm doing the same kind of thing, only maybe we'll change the numbers to protect the innocent. Let's put it on player 1 this time. And we'll have two test the grandfathering into things. Why does it not like the 18 there? What's wrong? What's wrong with this? I need to do this after all. Oh, is it because of this? Nope. This is why formatting is a good thing. What does it not like about that? Oh, it can't be an object. This would need to be a string. Yes. Shoot, how am I gonna encode this in JSON? Don't have a tuple type, do I? Maybe I'll just be lazy about it and just do that. So it's an even number of entries. I don't really like doing that though. I can make another level array. Sort of a primitive tuple. I think I'll just do that. Okay. Let me take this. Put it down here. Let's change the numbers to protect the innocent. I'll add another one. 3. There we go. So let us test. Expect equal player, what do we expect? Standard map int player 1.tickets. And we print extra parentheses around that, right? That's 7183. All right, and then player 2 has an empty map. Okay. So this is testing cloning all the players, right? Okay, so let's do player 2 dot tickets. 42 equals 7. Make sure they're all the same. Restore. We should be able to restore what you knew about your own tickets. Let's just leave one off there. Actually, no, I can do both. And then I can just take the same expect up here, copy it down to here. Oh, what was it doing here? Hey, I don't need to do that. This is restore player. Get count. Okay, we're done with that. So let's get all the players' tests to pass first. Here they are. Wait for the link. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? And Spheraboga, how are you doing as well? Working on some back-end work, trying to improve the ticketing system, which is what this shows. So I wanted to show that in highlight any ticket that's been changed since you last looked at it. So I'm adding extra information in the back-end records about a player, which is a map for each ticket, how many changes you've seen to that ticket. And just testing that right now. Testing parts of it. This is going to fail a bunch of tests, right? Because we haven't implemented any of the code. So I want to see it's failing correctly, right? That information is not deserialized, it's not restored, and the serialization will be missing all of that information. This is hardest to do because it's comparing everything at once, but that's okay. We just need to, I think, just need to add the missing piece and it'll work. One more, please. One more what? Doop-a-doo. Check to see if we have any new tickets. Nope. All right. Oh, I waved to Spheraboga twice. I meant to wave at Crumpet. There we go. It's a bug in Yada where if you click on the context menu for someone and then it scrolls, it opens the wrong user's context menu. I have to be really careful about that. Yeah. I'm gonna say I'm gonna blame it on Yada. Yada. All right, players. CPP. Where are you? There you are. Okay, which test to fix first? How about deserialize? Actually, why did serialize not fail? It did fail. All right. Deserialize first, maybe? There we go. All right. Yada feature request. Freeze scrolling when right-clicking. Actually, it's left-clicking, because right-clicking opens the browser context menu. But yeah, close enough. All right. Yes, so I have to do the same thing to grandfather in old records. If serialized record has tickets, else, the else is going to be record.tickets clear. Actually, we're going to clear it in any case, right? We're going to build it from this one. So for, well, const auto serialized tickets is serialized record tickets for size ti 0 to get size plus I, and each one's going to be itself an array. So const auto serialized ticket equals serialized tickets I. If serialized ticket get size is less than 2, continue, or skip it. Bogus record, right? Otherwise, it's guaranteed to be an array with at least 2 things in it, and I can just copy it in. So record. Oh, and this needs to be moved down. I think I made that mistake last time. Record.tickets. This record, is it a new record? It is. So why am I bothering to clear it? I don't know. I also don't need to do that, because I think that's initialized to 0. Yeah, why am I doing that? I don't know. Don't need to do that. Okay, tickets, serialized ticket. So int serialized ticket 0 equals int serialized ticket 1. And that's it. That should pass. That should make the deserialized test pass. I didn't mean to debug. It's not passing. What did I do wrong? Let's get down to here and debug it. Oh, the copy probably doesn't work. I think I had a custom copy operator. No? Well, that's weird. Why would it fail then? What did I do wrong here? Oh, I have this. Yeah, okay. It should be players get 2 tickets. The test was wrong. Players get 1. The test is written kind of funny. And not ha-ha funny. Alright, serialize is next. Serialize. Serialize player record. Here we go. Okay. Alright, it's easier to build it in place, so I'll just do this. Actually, it's easier to just do this, right? Auto record, serialized record equals that, and then return that. And then here we'll put tickets, empty JSON array, and then auto serialized tickets is serialized record tickets. And then for const auto tickets entry in record.tickets. Serialized tickets add JSON array tickets entry dot first tickets entry dot second. Build. Test. All right. So what does restore work now? Yes, because restore leverages serialize, deserialize. Okay, so it's now tested that we can serialize it. There's one more thing I need to do in here, right? The changes, the things that do the change profile in here. Yeah, let's just copy one of these, test and add a new one at the end, and call this one change tickets. So change ticket info. Change ticket. I need to set one up. How do we want to do this? Maybe I just make it all or nothing. So like we would retrieve it, change it, and set it back. Just start with something simple. Then I don't need to do two. I just need to do one. Right. So this would be tickets array, and then let me copy from one of these other tests, moderation tests, right? Where was it? Oh, I had it tickets viewed. This should be tickets. Yeah, so this thing. This could be any numbers I want. How about 2 and 3? And then, didn't I have an expect down here? In players tests? I mean, yeah, that's right, in the serialized stuff. Or deserialize. This thing. Let's put that down here. All right, so that's 2031. Run it. Make it pass. Change profile. All right, so we're adding another if else, or if tickets, then essentially I'm going to do the same thing that deserialize did. This thing. Let's make that a helper. Serialized tickets. Something like that. Okay, that can go back to there. All right. And oh, this is in the wrong place. Okay, well, I can just include that here, right? Player record. All right. Documentation. Update the given player record's ticket information from the given serialized data. Actually, this is not what I wanted to do. This is way inefficient. I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be doing this at all. It should not do change profile. It should be like change tickets. A really never going to remove an entry. Let's say it's going to be called mark ticket scene. And it will be player ID and then 2 and then, well, 2, 0, right? And then call again with 3, 1. And then we should get that back out for the tickets. That's how I want to do it. All right. So new API. Where are you? Header file for players record. There you are. Or I meant no, players. There we go. Okay, new API. Mark tickets, ticket scene. Right, it's the ID. And, well, it's a player ID, ticket ID, and then should leave it as an integer. It's always going to be a positive, or it's going to be non-negative. I should just use size t, shouldn't I? Changes. So let me update that map. Which means I'll need to update all of these maps. I should have just done a search replace on that, shouldn't I? Size T. Okay, we're removing that. Okay, cool. Record the fact the given player has seen the given number of changes in the given ticket. This is the identifier of the player. Ticket. This is the number of changes. Can't spell today. Can't type. To the ticket that the player has seen. All right. Why can't I control click that to go to it? Weird. All right. Sometimes it shows the alternatives. I'm like, it should be pretty unambiguous what I meant. All right, lock, guard, and find the record, right? Just like we're going to do some for one of these other things. Find the record. When we get to it, it's player. This should be player ID. Does it not know what type this is? Tickets. Ticket ID equals changes. All right. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. Much is the average salary of a software engineer? I think it depends on where you live and whether you're online or on site and what kind of engineer, because software engineer is a pretty broad term. Also, the amount of experience you have. So entry level, I don't know what it is these days. Maybe, I don't know. I don't even want to hazard a guess. We have to look it up. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, there's so many variables. But the average salary, like compared to other jobs, it's actually pretty decent. Not terribly great, not terribly poor. I don't know, what else can I say about it? I can tell you that back in 1996, when I got my first full-time job, I was making, what was it? I think I was making $20 an hour, $25 an hour. So think about what that is with inflation. And this is in Southern California, so usually they're salaried unless it's a contracting job, I guess. I don't think software engineers are ever hourly unless it's a contract. So yeah, if in 1996 dollars it was 20 to 25 for an entry level, that was pretty good back then. Definitely like above minimum wage, like a good decent chunk above that, right? So count that for inflation and then adjust for where you live, so you get an idea maybe. So pretty decently paid. All right, run the test. Wait a minute. It didn't build. That's why it's failing the test. Why isn't it building? Comparators aren't equal because we can't compare maps? This what it's telling me? Oh, because I'm not using the right type of map. That should work. Is it because these aren't size T's? No, what is it trying to tell me here? I guess that occupation falls within the realm of exempt employees? Yes, definitely. I mean, again, if it's salaried. If it's contractor, I think it's hourly. Well, it depends on the contract, right? No thing that can compare a map. Why? Oh, wait a minute. I had the parentheses around it. Why is it having trouble with this one and not the others? I mean, is it because this doesn't include map? I mean, maybe. That would be odd. No, that's not it. I should include map though, but what's going on here? Why can't it do that? Oh, wait a minute. It says it's int? Size T. Size T. What's going on here? It didn't have any trouble compiling the other test, right? This one? I'm really confused. It didn't have any trouble with that. Or that. So why does it have trouble with this one? What's the difference? I mean, I guess I can get rid of these. That's really weird. No, wait a minute. It's on line 287, not here. I'm just confused. 287. Oh, this one should be int. I messed that up. Okay. That one's int to int. Actually, it should be size T also. Inconsistent with my types. Anyway, let's run this. Okay, cool. Run all the tests. So we can mark tickets seen. So then I was going to test, where was it? Profile. Is there a reason why I'm not showing it in my list anymore? Profile, right? No. I'm confused. Clark.io. Wow, big raid. How was your stream, Clark.io? Welcome, followers, viewers of Clark.io. Hey, Knowledge. The Epic Unknown. Hey. He's pulling all my lurkers out of lurkerdom. This is the game I'm working on. And how come I can't click? Here we go. Clicky, clicky. So this is the game world that I had constructed. I don't think anyone's logged into the game right now, but Nui had linked it out all for me. Thank you, Nui. I'm working on... Oh, there's some NPCs up there. I'm working on the ticketing system, which looks like this. Is an in-game ticketing system. And there have been some long-standing requests to improve this. And one request was to highlight the tickets that have changed since you last looked at them. So that's what I'm working on now. But you might see me working on other things in the stream, like game content or user interface. The back end of the game is all on Amazon Web Services in the cloud, built in C++, mostly from scratch. And this front-end client is written in a combination of Phaser.js and React, and then Redux for the state in the back. So if you have any questions specifically about any part here, just feel free to ask in chat. And I also have a lot of stuff in my notebook that has been linked to. And yeah, hey Clayman. Got to run to a meeting? Okay, have a great meeting, Clark.io. Thanks again for the raid. Yeah, so my stream is kind of like Handmade Hero in that I'm making a game from scratch and kind of showing how it's done. And most of the suggestions from viewers I try to incorporate. So you'll see if I show everyone rank by points. These are the top contributors to the stream. I will award points for suggestions on game content, or if you see problems in bugs in the game, or if I'm kind of stuck trying to think of a name of something and you give me an idea for a name, I might give you a point. These points right now, they're just for bragging rights, but when I actually have more game content, they'll be redeemable for in-game credit. And yeah, the page linked to before about the game, or about my coding journey, really shows you what the inspiration comes from. This is an old game called Ultima 4, and I enjoyed playing this series when I was a kid, so I'm trying to recreate that experience, but then add a multiplayer online aspect to it. So I take it from the lack of chat that no questions. I hope that this is entertaining. The work today is mostly in the back end, again, working on the ticketing system. So right now I'm extending the data structures where we store the information about tickets, and enhancing it so that we can track how many changes to every individual ticket a player has seen. And so if the game says, well, there are more changes than they've seen, then we can highlight it. And then when we click on an issue, it would then tell the server, okay, we've seen all the latest changes, and so the next time it would not highlight it. You have many questions, and none of them are pertinent right now. Well, that's fine. If you have other questions that don't really match the context what we're talking about, I have the Discord channel as well. You can feel free to ask questions there as well. It can be on or off topic. Now I forget where I was. Oh, I had added. Where did I add these tests? Was it up here? Oh, right. That download your ticket list. And this still fails, right? It's show all these tests. I added new requirements in the unit tests, and I wanted to work on the code until I got it to pass. Right, so it doesn't include the information at all, but the information is ready to retrieve. What I added here was that in addition to the details about a ticket, that we would have these extra fields, whether or not we've seen the ticket before, and how many changes we last saw. How do you get a toddler to eat their food? Yeah, that's not pertinent. That's a hard one, Rally Monkey. I don't know if I can answer that one. Every toddler is different, and every kind of food toddler combination is unique. Have you tried the airplane approach? All right. Yeah, the get my tickets is the key here. The way this message is handled, it goes through and sends the player their tickets, so we're building this information. Okay, so this is what I was going to update before. I didn't have the methods, now I do. We get the player's record. We find all the tickets that mention that player, and we add a record for them, but here's where I need to add the extra information, right? So, scene will be whether or not there is a... Okay, I can do it this way, right? I can say scene, false, and then, well, let me build it this way. I'll take the structure out and say auto serialized or encoded ticket equals that, and then we'll add the ticket. I do have this R value, yes, so we can do that. And then right before this, I'll do a const auto something is player tickets find. Okay, so it's player ticket entry. We're going to find the ticket by its identifier. So that is tickets entry first. Let's get a name for that. Ticket ID. So we can just say it in both places, right? All right. So then let's get a scene. It's true if that is not equal to this dot end. End. Okay. So we'll include scene. And then we'll say if scene, we're also going to get the count. So encoded ticket. What did the test need? Last changes equals this second, right? Let's see if that passes the test. I put food in front of them in an empty room and let them starve themselves into eating the food. Yes, that sounds very evil, Rally Monkey. Or, knowledge. For some reason, I thought Rally Monkey was saying that, but it's because you started with the Rally Monkey tag. Just try the airplane approach, right? Everyone knows that one, except for the toddlers, so you have an advantage over them. Okay, this is not passing. Why not? Scene is... Okay, so I messed up something here. Tickets 1, 3, and 4 are expected. 1, 3, and 4 are present. Oh, they're all false. False, false, false. That's not what it should be. Okay, so why did it not get seen? Oh, I'd done it this way. It's not the way it's done anyway. I decided to do it this other way, right? Mark ticket scene, ticket 1, 0. Oh, and I have to say the player ID, test user ID. Yes. And then ticket 2 is 1. Replaces all this stuff. That's why. Okay. Run that test again. If that's true this time, last change is 0. 3 is not seen. 4 is also not seen. That's not right. I was maybe not careful when I set that up. Yeah, it should not be 1 and 2, right? What did I have it? I did have 1 and 2. That's not right, though. It should be 1 and 4. I think this expected 4 to be seen. That's why. Okay. Sorry I'm jumping around so much. But, there we go. Only an hour and 11 minutes? Okay, so the player will be told if they've seen a ticket or not. But we need to have a way for the client to tell the server, yes, I've seen that ticket. So that's going to be another command to the server. Knowledge says, it's what I do with my cats when I have to change their food. You have to make sure they're not getting other food other they want. Instead, they'll never eat the new food. That's true. Thing with toddlers is, though, they shouldn't be getting other food. One would hope that you know what food your toddler is eating, and that's all coming from you. I'm looking for a unit test I can copy that's similar. How about this add note by reporter? Instead of adding a note, we're just going to mark that we've read it. So ticket mark read by reporter. Okay. So there's the ticket content. We get the ticket ID. I don't know why I'm mucking with the time like that. Oh, that's so that the this can be added with the correct timestamp, right? Yeah, okay, I don't care about that. That is not necessary. So we log in as Alex, who is the reporter, right? Who is 1? That's actually, that should be using this. I don't know why I'm using 1. I didn't realize I had a version number for a ticket. Could have been using that. It's sort of redundant too, because every time you change a ticket, you'll have a new entry in the history. So that is redundant. Now that I think about it. Let me add a note for myself. Log today's notes. The version field of a ticket is somewhat redundant, since every change appends an entry to the ticket's history array, and we can just count the number of entries of those entries. Resubaka, how's it going? All right, mark ticket read by reporter. So instead of add note, it's going to be, I need to invent a new name here. Mark, or ticket read. Ticket read. It'll be a ticket ID, and I think we'll just echo back the number of changes. Which would be 1, right? Because there's 1 change, no note. I'm doing okay. I have a sick kid at home, though. At any time, I might have to go take him to the doctor. Depends on what time my wife can get the doctor appointment set up at 4, and if she can take him or not. So I'm worrying about that, but he's got some kind of cough / fever. That's the one thing about kids, is they get sick. And then you got to take them to the doctor if it doesn't get better within a few days. Okay, do I expect one of these? Actually, no. I'm going to expect a new kind of a command, won't I? I really don't want to have to invent a new kind of command, though. He didn't catch it from me. I don't know where he catches it from. One of his germ-ridden friends, I think. You didn't stream Monday? No, I just was feeling overwhelmed by life issues on Monday. Needed to cool off, not get burned out. Part of that was my cat decided to throw up all over the carpet, and I had to clean that up. And so I was already late for the stream. And I'm like, this isn't going so well. I shouldn't stream today. Yeah, do I really want to add another command to the game just for this? Oh, that's horrible. That's even worse, Rather Monkey, because you got to get the special, um, what is that? Urine destroyer? Cat pee's the worst. Got to take him into the vet because that could be the sign of a urinary tract infection. The enzyme cleaner, yeah. Okay. Do I want to lump it into that? That's to actually change the ticket. I don't want that. Oh, don't jump me back. I think I am going to be inventing a new command. So what's change profile look like? Why did I need that? I don't remember why I needed this server and ID and client ID for this command. Do I have that for all of them? I do. Oh, that's so that we can respond back to them. I don't think I need that in this case. Okay, so let's just take this and copy paste it and say mark ticket red. What did I name it back in the test? Ticket marked red. Ticket red. Okay, yeah, so that's what I want. Mark ticket red. Ooh, this is an old style header guard. New style is pragma once, with no end. Mark ticket red. I don't think I need JSON. Right? Actually, I do if I want that. Bring it back. Okay. This represents a server command which is used to mark that a player has seen a certain number of changes made to a game ticket, an in-game ticket. Player's identifier, and let's have the ticket ID. This is the unique identifier of the ticket the player has seen. And then we'll just repurpose this. Changes. This is the number of changes to the ticket that the player has seen. And then get rid of all these. So construct one from encoding, and then there's get type and encode. All right, so we need to include that in the commands here. Mark ticket red. And then before I forget, I also need to include it in the main program's map of commands. Register command type. Mark ticket red. Okay. And then there needs to be added to the list in the make file. And then it has source for it too. All right, and then I'm gonna have to I want to have a unit test for it as well. Or did I just have it under command tests? Yeah, okay. I just lump it under command tests. So actually, that's not going to work because I forgot to add the CPP file. All right. Commands. Change. Mark ticket red. Dog's barking at something. Mark ticket red. Ticket ID and changes, right? And this is a size T. And simple. Just do that. Ticket ID, changes. Done. All right, now CMake should find it. Cool. Let's add the unit test for it. Should actually pass right away. It's a simple thing. Tests. Command tests. Just this trio of create and code and get type is all I need. I don't need anything else. There we go. Mark ticket red. Mark ticket red. So it's ticket ID. Changes 4. These are just arbitrary numbers, right? You develop it. How's it going? Yeah, working on backend stuff right now. The ability for a player to tell the server that they've actually seen changes to a ticket. That's what is behind all this stuff. Oh, this wasn't server ID, was it? It's player ID. And that's ticket ID and changes. Player, ticket, changes. Cool. You're having the flu? I'm sorry to develop it. My son's got something like coughing and fever. I'm okay, but he's not feeling so great today. Depending on when we get the doctor's appointment, might have to call the stream short. Hope the stream doesn't get offended by me calling it short, but yeah, I hope you feel better. I had the flu back in when? In like February or something? It sucked. Getting the flu as an adult is just horrible. A lot worse than I remember having the flu when I was a kid. So hopefully you feel better soon. Get some of that Tamiflu if you can. All right. I forgot where my tests were because I couldn't link. Rather your mini person be safe and healthy than not. True. All right, let's run all of the command tests. Those usually pass right away. Okay, so the command is set. Well, that means I can add the handler for this message. Where was it? This one, right? So we can actually expect it mark ticket red. And we will expect the player ID to match. Test user ID. And the ticket ID should be ticket ID. Actually, that was already there. Changes should be 1. And that's it. Done and done. Test will fail because it does not append the command to the journal yet. Because we're not handling this ticket red message at all. So let's handle it. Many whelps handle it, right? A little bit of inappropriate World of Warcraft humor for you this morning. Let's see. Ticket red, so it's a T. Ticket, so it goes here. Register client message, ticket red, and we'll put that in the moderation. Okay, so like the ticket change state. Gotta declare a client message. Ticket red. And then this will have a check and a make command in the implementation. So we're just gonna copy a nearby command's stuff. Paste. And then rename it. Ticket red. Ticket red when not logged in. Okay, this doesn't matter if it's from an admin or not, right? It's just this. They have to be a registered player. This doesn't matter, does it? Actually, let's have that included. Check. That's for the rate limit stuff. Actually, does it matter? I guess we can do that. Well, no, let's not include that. Let's not include that. So, for the message to be accepted, they have to be logged in and they have to be a registered player. If so, we're going to make a command for the game. It's going to be that new command I just made called mark ticket red. Mark ticket red. So copy the player ID, and then the ticket ID is from the test. Ticket ID. Ticket ID. Okay, and then changes. Read that from there. And that should get that test to pass. And then the last piece is to have the executor execute the command by actually updating the player record. And then it's on to front end land to test to update that the user interface. Cool. All right, so executor next. No, that'll be it for the backend changes. Executor tests. All right. Just copy any one of these, right? Mark ticket red. And actually, this needs to, a player needs to exist. So let me see, do I have a player in the common setup? I do not. So I need to add one, right? Do I really need to set all this stuff up? I guess I do. All these tests do that. I never went back and cleaned that up. Another note for myself, because I keep forgetting. Executor tests need to refactor how test users are set up in this test fixture. So it's just, I don't need all this stuff, do I? I don't even need a name. I don't need anything. Let's just add the player. They just have to have an identity. And then that identity has to be in the command. So mark ticket red. Command is that, and command player ID equals player ID. Oh, I also have to have a ticket, don't I? Oh, no, it doesn't matter. The ticket doesn't technically have to exist. So I can put whatever I want for the ticket ID. 42. And same thing for changes. 7. Right? Doesn't matter. It needs to come out at the end. So right, publish the command. So the assertion is that when we ask the players get player ID, we will expect the where is it? Same thing I had in players tests. This stuff. Player tickets should have in the map 42 7 now. Done. Why can I do that? Redefinition. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so oh, I can just do that, right? Reuse the variable. Okay. I need to take a quick break after this too. Okay, the test is set up. Let me take a break, just a few minutes, and then I'll be right back. Be right back. Hey, I'm back. Oh, I missed the chat from Develop It 10 minutes ago. How was the stream yesterday with the dialogues? You had to go suddenly? It went pretty well. I'll show you what I got. Are you still there, Develop It? You still there? Hey there, Nui. So, there are two dialogues in the test environment here. One is on the sign and one is on the bridge. The sign is just saying one thing, and that works out pretty well. Every time you step on the sign, it just reads the sign. Thanks for the follow. Still there? Okay, cool. So this one on the bridge is a two-parter. It's, I still have it in the buffer, actually. It's, say this, then pause, then resume. And I actually didn't quite get everything to work by the end of the stream, but I finished it up after the stream. So now when you step there, it says as you cross the bridge, you notice something, and then press a continue space or enter to continue. And I after the stream, I did this where you can't move while you're in a dialogue. But then when you hit continue, it says the second part, and now you can move again. So that works out pretty well. There are a couple quirks in it where, for example, when I reload, it reinitiates the dialogue, basically because you leave the zone and you came back. That's how log out, log in works right now. So there are a few loose ends I need to tie up. Like what happens when you're in the middle of a dialogue and you log out, or you lose your connection to the server and you reconnect. Should it reinitiate the dialogue from the beginning, or should it try to pick out where you left off, right? But yeah, the basic system for pausing and the context of this bar, being able to change it like that is working. Yeah, so I'll come back to the dialogue system later because I want to have this more elaborate dialogue with multiple choices, right? Where you can and have multiple states as well. Haven't done that yet. All right. This is where I left off, right? I had made the test for the executor to execute the mark ticket read, and I hadn't written the code for it yet. So, executor has a table somewhere here. There it is. For every command that it's programmed to execute, we have to have it at table entry. All right, and then just duplicate this. Execute, oops, chopped off the beginning. Execute the mark ticket read command by asking the player's object to mark that the player has read the given number of changes made to the given ticket. All right, mark ticket read. So it's just mark ticket. No, that's not on this one, is it? Oh, that's for log out, yeah. I don't know why I did that. Really, it should be modeled after like on update mod event or something like that, or on change profile, one of these. On add mod event, something like that. Let me go look back to the table. Something that's player specific. None of them really are. What does this do, by the way? Oh, it makes sure that they're registered. We should do that. Actually, I think I don't need to do that if I do that, because the get returns a blank player record, so it'll be 0. It won't match. Yeah, this just does a search anyway. Why am I bothering to do this other thing? Oh, because this actually needed that record. Okay, never mind. I just need to do this part of it. Game state players, if the player is not registered, then it's an error. They're no longer logged in here. Really, it's not just that they're no longer logged in. It's that they don't exist anymore. All the commands do the same thing, though. I guess I'll keep that. Although I want to make a note. Executor returns error if player doesn't even exist. It might make more sense to return a distinct error such as no longer exists. But I'll leave it the way it is right now. Okay, so presuming they exist, we're going to then tell the game state players mark ticket scene command player ID, command ticket ID, command changes. And that's it. I don't need to return anything. So I'll just return null pointer. And pass the test, please. Yes. I wonder if all of these are working. Executor tests. No, one of them is broken. Oh, this is because I added setting the depth. I haven't gone back and fixed those yet. I'll make that a different check-in. Those are easy to fix, though. Let me check in the first set of changes right now. Okay, all of these things. So this is add infrastructure for tracking what ticket a player has seen. Commit that. Let me fix these other tests while I'm here. So these are all broken because there was a side effect is that the depth of a player's character token is set to a certain default now. And I forget what it was. It's in a certain header file now. Like game constants or something. Not wrapped. Close that. Game constants. Tile depth PC. That's what we want. I need to make sure I include game constant. It is. Okay. Cool. So that should fix that test there. And then similarly, so I'll probably need this in the clipboard to fix these as well. Yeah. So this is expecting nothing for the position component. What was this test doing? Character moved to default zone when on login when default zone previously. So this really doesn't care. So I'm going to just change this test to not care about the depth. I'm going to expect false that this has realm server key player key position zone. And let's wrap that so it's easier to see. Famous last words for a developer. That should work. Yeah, I say that too much, don't I? Or I should say, I say that phrase too often. So this test now is not so sensitive to other things that could be in that position component. And probably the same thing here. Yeah, so in this, so instead, this should be just expect 42 for, after we pull that component out, dereference this as an integer. Cool. All right, stretch time. Been an hour and 45 minutes. Cat is yelling at me. It's a typical day. Sit here developing while streaming and having the cat yell at me randomly. He's like, slave, I'm hungry, or I'm bored, pet me, or I want out, let me out. Cool, so that's the end of the front end changes. Oh no, hold on, I had already done that. That was fixing some test sensitivities. So fix tests broken by through broken because they were too sensitive. Trying to separate those concerns, right? Those tests don't have any concern about the depth, so they shouldn't be broken by depth changes. Beast. Yeah. It's exactly who's yelling at me is this guy. That guy's yelling at me. Over there. He's like walking past, meowing really loud, and then moving out of the room. Like he knows it's drive-by meowing. There's nothing I can do about it other than bitch about it on oops. I shouldn't say that word. Complain about it live on stream. All right, back end is done. So let me think about what I'm going to do for the front end. I want this to blink fundamentally, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. So maybe I'll pass on that for a second, and instead let's highlight these rows if the information we get from the server has more changes than the number of changes we record that we've seen. Clip it. Don't you dare. Guaranteed to be clipped now. Okay. If he meows anymore, I'm gonna have to get him and then show him on stream, and that'll be his punishment. To say hello to all of you fine folks. All right, views. Well, hold on. First of all, if I restart the server, the information should make it all the way to Redux, I believe. Let me see that. So stop the test environment and start it again. And I'm going to want to look at this in Redux after it loads. Let's pull that out. Undock that. Oh, we had trouble starting server 11 for some reason? Oh. Timeout waiting for response after... Why did it only... What? Connecting timeout right away? That's weird. Oh, it waited 1 second. Okay. I maybe need to increase the interval to allow a timeout to happen. Hey, kitty. Come over here. Come over here. Come on. He doesn't understand me. Or he pretends to not understand. Alright, so game's back up, and I wanted to show this to see what our tickets look like. Tickets. Oh, it's tile sets. Where's tickets? Tickets. They've all not been seen. So the first thing I'm going to do is if it's marked that it's not seen at all, I want it to highlight it with a special color. Does it need to be a different color if we haven't seen it at all? It's completely new versus if we've seen it before and there's an update. I don't know. Maybe. Like maybe red for a new ticket, a yellow for one that is not new but that has been updated. Hey there, sad fella. I'm working on the ticketing system today. I want to show these things all marked specially because we haven't seen them yet. Is there not a chance, however infinitesimal, that a developer could go his entire life with everything working and never encountering a bug? No, it's pretty much impossible. You do say, however infinitesimal. Yes, it is very infinitesimal. The only way that it could be zero is if part of every developer's life was to purposefully see a bug. Well, it depends on what you call encountering a bug. If like part of the training is to do debugging, then you would expect that there would be a bug made artificially in order to practice debugging. So then it would be zero, right? Unless they never learned how to debug. And why should they learn how to debug if they're never going to see a bug in their entire life? Why debug? If this is a philosophical question about infinitesimal probabilities, then sure. Yeah, sure, there's a chance. Yeah, if you didn't mean to ever create a bug. But then you never know the joy of debugging. Yeah, so what view am I going to look at? Activities, panels, tickets panel, right? And this go into either tickets or tickets. So I want tickets. Hold on a second. I really want to show you my cat. Hold on. I captured a beast. I captured a beast. This guy has been yelling at me from the corner of the room all morning. Good kitty. Had to tell from his eyes how pissed he is to be captured and having to be shown on screen. No, he's invulnerable. No, he changed the tone of his meow. He's like, meow. All right, anyway. Thanks for the follow. I'm sure it was because of my beast cat. I'll have to show him more often to get more follows. Every time you show him, he stops meowing. No, he goes away, sulks for a while, and comes back and yells again. I keep him fed and I keep him groomed and all that. He just wants attention. Okay, here we go. The rows. So it's the keys on the class names here, right? So class names. How does this work again? I forget. I think it's class name is class names. I always forget this. Let's look it up. Okay, we need that. Definitely. I already have that. Okay, so I'm already using it somewhere. Oh, I'm already using it there. Okay, awesome. Let's just copy that and put that here. Right. That's if we always want them to be on. What if I don't know if I want them to be on? Ah, then do it this way. Yes. Better. Okay, so this would be new. Or what classes am I using for tickets? Tickets. How about so ticket dash new would be if the oh, why am I also wanted to see, yeah, so it's there, it's seen. So this would be if ticket.seen is false, right? Cool, and then all I need to do is add the CSS for it. How do I want to do this? Probably similar to how I do the row highlighting. Oh, the row highlighting is more difficult. I remember this. I'd do something like, where is it? Well, that's if I wanted to put a border around it. How do we want to show this? That border, that blue border, that's hard to do. But if I just want to put a highlight, I think I just do a background, right? Let's make it red, just to test around. It's background color? There we go. So those are all new. That's really obnoxious, though. How about brick red? I don't know my CSS colors. Red is really obnoxious. But maybe that's what I want. Let's do yellow, actually, for now. Even that's obnoxious. I want something not so obnoxious. Maybe just play around with this coloring. Anybody have a suggested pink? You can look and see what it looks like. I bet it's going to look horrible, though. Let's see. Pink. Well, maybe if I turn the foreground, so what would that be? Color, black. Maybe I could maybe these obnoxious colors aren't as obnoxious if the foreground is black. CB4154. Let's see what that looks like. It's not as obnoxious. Would I want black or white for the contrast? It's like a softer red. Perfect. Never change it. We'll give Rozilla a point for that color, I guess. Okay, that's a new ticket. And so we're done. Actually, we're done displaying it. Now what I want to do is when I click it, and then I go back, it shouldn't be highlighted anymore. So for that, every time I go into a ticket, we should see how many changes there were and tell the server that, right? So that's something that's done in the reducer, I believe. When we click, right? Select ticket. Select ticket, dispatches select ticket. Which goes to this reducer in the session. So let's also capture this action in a middleware, which will send a command to the game saying that we've seen the ticket. Sound good? So I would go to one of my middlewares. Tickets. How about tickets middleware? Sounds good to me. And we'll do action select ticket. And then we'll add a handler here. So this is Redux. If you're not familiar with what this is, what I was working on before is I should have mentioned it while I was working on it, right? So this is all React. This is the mapping between React and Redux to get the select ticket action dispatched. And then the reducer for that just updates our state. But now I'm adding in middleware also in Redux to send something to the game. And this is ticket, just like report ticket. Because I want to actually it's very similar to report ticket. I want to dispatch another action to send a command to the game, and this message will be type ticket red, and ticket ID is ticket.id, and changes is ticket. This is where I'm not too sure. Okay, Cat is yelling at me again. Do you want another on-screen appearance? Is that what you want? State, session, tickets. There's the ID. Okay, it's history is what I want. I want history length. History length. And length, that's a property, not a function, right? So that should work. Do you give the kitty treats? No. That's what you give dogs. Right? I don't know. I never given cats treats. Usually you give dogs treats for when you're training them, but you can't train cats very easily. So I haven't bothered to try. He's been certainly training me though. When he yells at me, if I actually were to get up and walk to him, depending on where he goes, he's telling me what he wants. He either wants food, go outside, play, or grooming. Would you consider simply letting the cat be a co-streamer? Well, the thing is, he moves around so much. If he were to like sit in one spot, I'd definitely put a second camera on him. But he's like all over the house. You require several per day. He's trained. Who's trained who, Rally Monkey? All right, this should actually send the command. Let's see what happens. In fact, it's already loaded. So I would let's pull this out. Let's watch the network connection. So when I click a ticket, ticket red 7, 2 changes. And then, oh, we need to update our local information about it too. Because this will not update that until I refresh. When I refresh, it'll update. Watch this. It didn't work. Did it not update the server side? Let's see. Fetch tickets. Oh yeah, look at that. Still says... Oh no, this one's... It's seen it with 2 changes, so why are we still marking it with red? And what's this ID 1? Oh, that's old. Okay, this is marked seen, but why is it still showing it in red? Why indeed? Where was that? Here? Not ticket seen. Definitely has that style on it, right? Let's, elements, select that whole row. It says ticket new, right? Why is it marking with ticket new when it's not? I should check the Redux state. Redux state session tickets. Which one is it? This one? Oh, interesting. It didn't put the scene in there. Oh, do I interpret the message maybe? Let me check. So that would be in the reducer for tickets. This would be here, right? Tickets. Where are you? Does ticket remove ticket update? Where is it reflect tickets? Reflect tickets. Yeah, it should have put it in there. Oh wait, no it won't. It'll pick it out of there. Right, so I need to include it here. I forgot about that. Yeah. We have to put it here. Scene. Scene. And changes. Or it was not changes, right? It was last. What was it called? Last changes. All right, let's see if that worked. Cool. So it's not highlighting in red anymore. So the next would be if let's say if let me highlight it in a different color, and we'll ask our color experts for this, but like another color not so severe, like maybe I was thinking yellow, but not enough, like a less obnoxious yellow, or if the number of changes is different, but we have seen it. So here, ticket updated would be ticket is seen and ticket.last changes is not equal ticket.history.length. All right, now ticket updated. All right. What if we start with goldenrod? Black. And then I'll need to actually update that ticket now. So go over to here. Go to that tick. Oh, it's showing red for me now here. I don't want it to show red for the admin. Let me fix that. Not is admin and not seen. And then this is not is admin and... I don't want to don't want to see those in red yet. The player should still see them in red. Okay, good. Okay, and then this was ticket 7. Let's add a new note. Interesting. Why did it re-highlight it in red? Oh, and I lost that. Okay, let's look at the state. Session. Tickets. This one. Oh, the ticket update blanked it out. Yeah, so it's ticket updated, right? Yep. Yep, so all of these. Right. Yeah, so we need to, well, hold on. Whether it's seen or not in the last changes won't have changed, right? Well, okay, let's just keep it. So this is action, right? Well, no, it won't. It right. I can't do that. It has to be from the ticket. Yes. And same thing down here. This is gonna make a copy of it, isn't it? That's okay. Has to be that, actually. Actually, what if I do this? And then I don't need that. That makes more sense, right? Just take the existing ticket and add the changes to it. And same thing here, right? Why don't I just do ticket and then update with whatever's in action ticket? Yeah. Cool. And then click that and then back. And of course, it's not going to update until I refresh. Refresh, it should go back to black now. Yeah, all right. And then let's see, make sure update doesn't ruin it. Test again. Oh, it actually updated. That's nice. I didn't have to do anything special about that. And what about new ticket? That should also work, right? So if I do a oh, I don't, that's right. I removed it from the admin tool. I don't have a way to open a new ticket as an admin right now. But I guess I can open one here. Test. Cool, so it shows up in red. So the last thing I guess would be when we select it locally, we should update our own cache in the ticket, right? Which I can do through through a ticket update. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna dispatch a ticket update just to mark that we've seen it. And we'll do that in the same place that I do this here, right? We tell the server that we saw it, but let's also tell ourselves. Ticket update. Ticket update expects ID and ticket. Ticket ID and ticket. And this is where I'm only going to put what actually updated. So that will be seen true. Last changes is just this, right? All right, let's see if it worked. So now when I click this and go back, oh, nice. So let's go to 7 again and do another test. So I could probably get rid of these toasts now, which are kind of obnoxious, right? Because this should work now. Click that, back. So the next thing I want to do is when this shows it's yellow, I want it to, when you click it, it should highlight this as the new thing added. So that's in ticket.js. Ticket.js. I'm going to do the same thing with class names. So let me just pull that class names out. And then it's in the history rows. Here we go. Why did I do a fragment with a key? Oh, is that because this is not a table? What is that? Oh yeah. I just did it with, what is that, a grid? Why did I do it that way? Oh, that's so I can, actually I don't know why I didn't make that a table. For some reason this isn't a table. That's going to be a problem, isn't it? Because this fragment goes away. Maybe I want to turn this into a table? I don't know why I didn't make it a table. Every time that mob steps there, it says, "Welcome to the zoo." Well, let's try without setting that. So it would be, actually, it'd be tedious because every one of these divs would have to have that class name set. I think I do want to turn this into a table. All right, so that would mean it looks similar to this table. So it's mapping to a table row. TR. And then I can add the class name to it. Why did I do it that way? This should be like that, I think. Anyway, there's the class name. Let's say history new. And that is if this is true. It doesn't matter if we've seen it or not. And I need to have access to the ticket. Do I have access to the ticket? I do. But it's that the index is greater than. or equal to, right? I think so. And if we've never seen it before, it should just not highlight at all. So it should be, actually then it should be ticket seen and that, right? Okay, so the CSS, I'll just take the same CSS and I'll call it history new instead of ticket updated. And then I need to put the whole thing inside of a table. So just like I do with this thing, with the rows, where are the rows? Say, so there's a table with a head. Okay. Table. I don't need selectable rows. So it's just a plain old table with a T head in which I put these things, right? And these divs turn into THs, I think. TH. And then the rows move in here for T body. And then I get rid of this. Let's see what that does. Hey there, Frosty. I'm doing HTML-ish stuff right at the moment. This is probably going to look gross. Let's see. Ooh. That looks gross. How did that happen? It's all putting it in one column. Let's inspect and see why. Oh, did I not change them from divs? Oh, yeah. They should be TDs, right? Okay, better. Yeah, why didn't I use... Oh, maybe that's why I didn't use a table. It's stretching it all the way to the right. I don't want it to do that. Just me or her has user gone slacker on us? Maybe I've gone to bed before he starts. No, user's been on. I saw him on the last couple of days. I didn't watch his stream yesterday, but he was on. Not to say too much about my feelings about the how do I say this? The factors that cause him to stop streaming? Not to say too much about that, but I think it's unfortunate that he doesn't have as much control about when he streams. Seems to be... He talks about that he doesn't wear the pants in the family anymore, and I'm like, that, I don't know. I'm not sure I agree with that kind of philosophy, but I tend to think it's better if you can come to an arrangement with all the parties involved to set a consistent schedule. So maybe he's having trouble with that. I think it's better to have a consistent schedule. Yeah, he was hired, so he's got a full-time job, but he still wants to keep going and stream. So we're talking about user 335 for anyone who doesn't know. So he's working on his own game in Unity, and he's got a full-time job now, but he still is working on his game in the evenings, and he's been pretty good about it. It's just that his end time is somewhat inconsistent because I think he has to end whenever his wife tells him to, and that's not a regular schedule. It seems like he'll just suddenly have to stop, and that's too bad. Okay, this is stretching because it's in a Flex container, I believe, and I think the solution would be to put the entire table in a div for now, right? Or is that a hack? Let's just see what it does. Let's put the entire table in a div and see what happens. You can relate? I like to think a healthy marriage is where you have an understanding of expectations, and you don't just do what the other tells you to, you talk about it and come to an understanding. But yeah, at least he gets to stream when your friends had to give that up. Yeah. Like I'm saying, healthy relationship. The key to being in a healthy relationship for a long time is mutual understanding and respect. So, the user really, really feels passionate about making his game. He's been working on it for like 5 years. So you would hope that he have an arrangement where he still gets to work on it. You know? Oh, look, back to normal. So if I were to say add another note, we're abusing poor ticket 7, aren't we? Okay, that's almost right. There's a problem. Oh, it's because it's on the individual cells and not the row, right? Or did I get something wrong here? I got something wrong. Why is it showing little breaks there? Is that the padding? Maybe? Let's inspect. Pull this out. I want to see what computed styles? Styles? Relationships tips stream. Well, it's just my philosophy. Imagine you have a partner that doesn't support your passions. Yeah, that would suck. You want to have a partner who is supportive and understanding, and that you have an understanding with them. That you don't have to always be like worrying, like, will they let me do this? It's more like they know what you want and they support it, kind of a thing. Happy wife, happy life. Yeah, well, if both people are supported and get to do what they want, then they will be happy, right? It's the border. Yeah, so I probably left a border in there, right? I should just look at the style I had set because the style was based off of when it wasn't a table. Okay, this doesn't exist anymore, so I can get rid of it, right? So what did I do here that it doesn't... I was going to say it doesn't have a cell border. Nui says, I'm currently looking up a part, and why are store sites so bloated and slow? I don't know. Okay. I did something in this table to get rid of that. Is it just that though? Okay, I think I remember what I did. It was in this stuff somewhere here. What, selectable rows? You're saying it's the border. Is it border collapse? So I can try that. Can I just try that out here? This is going to mark that we've seen it. So I need to do another... Actually, it shouldn't have done that. That's a problem. Well, let me fix that in a minute. First, add a new row. Let me just tweak. Let me play around with the style here. Let me do this in a way that I can see it, okay? And then let's just play around with this style for that row. Or this row. Yeah, we can play around it here, right? So or is it this table that I need to play around with? Was it cell? It was border collapse? Oh, that did it. That did it. Is that what I want? Yeah, let's just do that. So actually I had a rule. Let's bring it back just to do it so we can do a border collapse. No borders. And then we'll apply that to the whole table. Class name equals that. Border color transparent or border none would be is that better than border collapse? I can try it either way. I'm gonna add a whole bunch of test notes to this, I'm sure, before I'm done. Okay, so let's compare that. With, let's turn it off. So you're saying, and by the way, I should give you a point for the help. Saying I should try border none. Let's try border none. Border none didn't seem to do anything. Border color transparent. You don't want the border at all, it's better. Yeah, maybe get rid of the border. But I'm interested to see why did it still... Was it because it's the cells don't... the cells background doesn't apply to that? No. I don't quite understand it. Border 0? What if we do red? I think it's the border of the entire table. Although it's not seeming to put a border around the table at all. Is it because this is not valid? Like don't you have to do something like... won't let me edit it. Edit, please. I can't edit it. Why not? There we go. You had to do a salt. Yeah, there we go. Let's get rid of that one. So that's the entire table. But it's between cells. I don't think you use border for the cells, right? Because table borders are different. If you think back to the day tables actually kind of had two borders, border collapse is a good solution. It'll make the border behave more like what you're expecting. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that then. So what I had, border collapse. So the next problem, I guess, is when I click it, it's still showing, it's not showing that it's in yellow. It's clearing it right away. That's because we're selecting it right away. It's when I go back. Okay. It's when we're in here, and then when I hit back, basically if we unselect the ticket, then I want to update that we saw it. So, where is that done? Ticket. What does the back button do? On back. Unselect ticket. So that's what I want. That should be, okay. In that ticket middleware, where we do that. Let's do that in unselect ticket. Really, we shouldn't be doing it in the middleware at all. It should be in the reducer. Middleware is only side effects, right? So unselect ticket. Right. It should, if we had a selected ticket, so I should do a map here, like we do for ticket update, right? Let me think about this. Yeah, I think I do want a map. So this is state tickets, map ticket. And this is only if we had, well, should we assume that we selected a ticket? Let's not assume. Because assuming makes an ass out of you and me, right? So let's not assume. Let's say if state selected ticket. If so, then do a bunch of crap, right? Otherwise, let's just return state tickets and not modify it. Do I have the punctuation right here? Why is it putting that there? I'm missing punctuation. Oh, it's right there. All right. So if we had selected a ticket before, then if the tickets, actually, I guess we can directly say if the ticket is the selected ticket. Then what I want to do is have it be the ticket, but with scene updated. And then last changes is ticket.history.length. Otherwise, it's a ticket. I think that's all I need, right? Let's test it out. Let's add an issue. I mean, a history item to this abuse number 7 ticket. So now it shows up in goldenrod. Click it, and then it shows it up there. Back, no longer. There we go. That's nice. What happens if I add my own note? And then when I hit back, aha, it didn't update it, did it? Until I hit it twice? Yeah. That's because, why? Let me look at the Redux commands that say ticket in them. So we added ABC, and then it came back as an update. And this will not include whether or not we've seen it. But that should... Okay, so it changes the version and adds a note. It adds that to the history. Okay, and then what happens when I go back? Unselect ticket. Oh, didn't change the ticket at all. Oh, because the server didn't tell us we saw it, but we know that we saw it. So I need to mark in this ticket update that we actually saw it, I think. So this updates the ticket, but it doesn't update that we saw that version because we have it select. Okay, so ticket update in the reducer here should see if we have it selected, then we update that we've seen it, right? How do I do this? I think like this, right? Dot. Can you do this? And just say, it's if it's the selected ticket, so... I think you can do this. I'm not sure. This stuff right here. Actually, this is overwriting it, isn't it? It's just making a copy of it. Does that matter? I don't know. Just put this here for now. Right, so if that is true, do some... Oops. Can't type today. Otherwise, it's an empty object, right? So this seems like gross, but I think you can... I think if you spread an empty object, it's a no-op. It's that if we have it selected, then seen is true, and last changes is action dot ticket dot history dot length, right? Okay, let's see that play out again. Okay. Back here, and then we add our own thing to it. And what did that do? It keeps scrolling me up again. This is annoying. Because those NPCs are moving around. Why did we get 3 ticket updates? Ah, stop scrolling. Ah. Annoying. Redux tools, you're annoying me. I can't see it. Erg. How do I use this? What if I just turn off this filter? And I just find it in there. Amongst all these other things. I think that it's because the history is, yeah, is too long. If I move out of range of all these NPCs, that would fix it, right? So, just for now, we will transport. Let's add a new zone. Call it Lonely Town, Lonely Island. Add. And we'll go to Lonely Island. And we'll paint some world here. Lonely Island. Here's Lonely Island, right? Okay, now take me and put me there. There we go. So now we won't see any more of those pesky messages that run across. And it's already fallen out, so I have to go and do this again. XYZ. Add note. What do we see here? All right, so the XYZ is added. Then we receive another ticket update. Why are we getting 2 ticket updates? Actually, we're receiving 3 of them. Oh, from all 3. Wait. Am I looking at the wrong window? Why are we receiving a message? I think I'm looking at the wrong debug tools. Yeah, okay, I was looking at the wrong one. So there's our message to add the XYZ note. There's that it updated. And should it not have... Let's do a diff. Cool, so it updated the last changes. So now, if I go... It shows it in Goldenrod because... actually, why does it show that? Because the selected ticket isn't updated, and then go back, click forward, and it's fixed. Is that what I want? So what happens if I do this? ABC, and then I go and do test. This ticket update should have, yeah, last changes changed from 15 to 16. 16 to 17. Oh, selected ticket doesn't have it in there. All right, it won't. Wait a minute. So why is it still showing it in that color? I mean, it's working the way I wanted it to, but it doesn't feel right. Yeah, so that should have it would have re-rendered it. Oh, it didn't change it in selected ticket. So we don't see it in the diff, but if I go to selected ticket here, it will say 15 instead of 17. Okay. And selecting the ticket copies it. So maybe that's exactly what I want then. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted. So when a ticket gets updated, if we have it selected, then mark that we've seen it. And we've seen all of the changes. So that if we reselected the ticket, it won't show up in gold again. But selecting it, but the selected ticket is a copy. Okay, I'm just going to keep it the way it is, because I think it works. Click that, and then they're all seen. All right. And then if I were to update, say 8 or something, let's mark it as open. Okay, so that it shows up in gold and shows that. And then what if we're on there and someone makes a test and it shows that, but it doesn't show it there? Good. Cool. Then the last bit is I want to kind of want this to animate or highlight or show up differently if there are things for you to see there. And I want to get rid of the toast since I think those are annoying. Let's get rid of the toast first. So let's just look for the word toast. Password change, we'll leave that in there. That's password reset. That's if we have an error. That's doing the toast. Do we want the new ticket created? Too many tickets open. We gotta close a few. Let's close 12. 12. Close. New. Test. I don't think I need a toast because I'll either see it or it'll show up. Actually, it'll always show up there, right? So I'm just going to get rid of the toast. New ticket reported. So I don't need new ticket reported at all then. What is the reducer doing with this? Oh, okay. We do add it. So I do need to reduce it. I just don't need to capture it in this middleware. Right? New ticket. Yeah, we don't need the middleware. Okay. No more toasts for new tickets. And this one was ticket error. Let's keep the ticket error. Ticket update we don't need though, right? Good, because this is complicated. Need some toast control, that's right. All we're doing is doing a toast or not. I don't need this, right? Ticket update. Yeah, so the reducer still needs it, but we don't here. No more toasts for tickets. All right. 13, close it. Cool. Wait a minute. Did that pop back? No, I think it just didn't click on them. Okay, so new ticket test. No toast. And then 14 test. Still shows up in red. When I click it, we've never seen it before, so everything is just blank. If I type it here again, okay, that didn't work. It should have shown that in goldenrod. Why did it not do that? Wrong one. Ticket update. Oh, because we haven't marked that we've seen it. I need to at least mark that we've seen it when we select it. And it's new. Okay. I can at least do that much back in the middleware, right? Back here, actually. It's select ticket, right? I forget what I had there. I'm going to undo until I get it back. That's what I wanted. Okay, let's take that into the clipboard, and then we'll redo until we get it back. Okay. I want to say if not ticket seen, then at least dispatch that we've seen it with the number of changes that we currently see it as. All right, let's see if that fixes the problem. So I'll need to close 14 first. Let's actually see if this is not broken. Admin, where are you? Right here. 14, close it. Ooh, length undefined. Where was that? Session reducer? What? Right here? What happened here? Let's do that again. Wait. Okay, let's do that with the debug console open up so I can actually see stuff. I need to see sources and click it. Okay, there we go. So what's action ticket? Oh, it's only the updates. It's not the whole ticket. Yes. How am I going to do this then? I guess have a different action. Ticket scene or something. ticket seen. And then it'll just be the ID and then changes. Ticket seen. Actions. Let's call it a reflect too, because it's not that it didn't come from the server. Reflect ticket seen. So that comes back to the reducer. Just copy what I had here first. Come up here and paste it. Whoops. Stupid numlock. Reflect ticket seen. Okay, now first, clean up this update ticket. Actually, this is fine. Do I need this anymore though? Yes, okay, I do need that. This one though should just mark that ticket. So it's grabbed the ticket and then it's just seen is true, and then last changes is action last changes. And then don't update that. There we go. Hey there. Going to Carl. Carl? How are you doing? Or Fernikaru. Sorry, didn't say your name correctly. Thanks for the follow. I want to learn more. I always want to learn more as well. I thoroughly approve of that name. All right, so let's close ticket 4. Well, actually no, it's back here, right? Let me make sure I don't get any more crashes. So cool. Let's close. So that should show that in yellow now. And then cool. And then let me reopen it. And that works. Close it. That works. And what if I, whoops, what if I reopen it? And then what if I close it and then add a note to it? Good. And then he adds a note to it. Okay, all looks good to me. And then let's make a new one here. Test. So it's in red. And then add a note to a newly added one. And then have him add a note. Wrong one. Okay, this is still not working. It should have shown that in, actually it should have shown both in yellow. One more question though. How do we get those dots in your VS Code? That's in the settings. The the render white space. So if I set that to none, then they go away. Set it to all, and then you see both dots and tabs. I'm not sure what the boundary means, since that seems to do the same thing for me as all. But yeah, editor white space. You're welcome. All right. I suppose what we'll do is look at this in here. Okay, what did reflect ticket scene do? It marked that we saw ticket 7. What's ticket 7 again? The new ticket. Ticket 15. Now we've marked that we've seen one change. Oh, but it's not... Oh, okay, it's not updating the selected ticket. That's what I missed. And I had just added that in there, didn't I? If there is a selected ticket, and it's the same ticket, we need to just mark that we've seen it. Yes. All right, try again. So that's fine. So let's close this one. It's only with a newly created ticket that this is happening, right? So close that one. And let's open a new one. Click it, add a note. Okay, now it's working. Good. Back to 16. That works. And then if I go revisit it and then type something else, nice. If I don't visit it, that shows up. That's cool. Okay, now the final test would be if I visit it and then log out. Log out, and then I go to that ticket, and I said something else here. When I log in, it should tell me that it's changed. This one also showed up. That one showed up too. It shouldn't have. Why did that one show up? There's still a bug. Log out. Again, add one to 16, and then log in again. It's like we're not sending the fact that we've seen it. Oh, is that because I'm only reflecting it locally? I'm not sending it to the server? Boundary is better because it does not highlight just regular spaces. Boundary only shows spaces if there's more than one space after each other. Are we talking about the table, the highlighting? To do the that blue boundary marker was actually pretty tough, because you can't draw the boundary of a table row. So it's actually the boundaries of each cell, and it's like only the first one has a left, and only the last one has a right, and all of them have a top and a bottom. And then there's another glitch in there. I got some help from a forum somewhere, a forum post about it. Oh, you're talking about VS Code's enable. I see. So boundary is better because it doesn't highlight just regular space. Oh, I see what you're saying. So this is showing dots there. Boundary. Oh, yeah, you're right. So it took out these ones. It's only showing me the ones there and probably at the end, right? That's interesting. Is that a bug? Look at that bug. It's showing me a dot there, even though it's... if it's more than one space? But not in... oh, even inside of a string. Okay. So does that mean that if there's one space, it's not a boundary? No? Those rules are a little bit weird. So if there are two spaces, it shows the dots. If there's one space, no. And if it's a one space at the beginning, then yes. What if it's one space at the end? Yes. Okay. So any spaces at the beginning or end, or if it's more than one space in the middle. I kind of like all, though. I want to see all my white space. So there you go. Now we know what it is, though, at least. Got it. Forgot to plug in my phone. There. Problem fixed. Okay. How are we doing on time? 3 hours? Okay, I got 1 hour left. Try to recreate this problem. So let me get to a state where nothing shows as new. Okay, nothing shows as new. I'm going to hazard a guess that it's when we create a new one and we visit it. I have too many open tickets. Fair enough. Let's close this one. Closed. So I need to go and try this again. Log out. Log in. All right. Now create a new one. And then visit it, because we haven't seen it before. And then go back. That should have told the server that we've seen it, but maybe that's what's not happening. Yeah, it should have said that told the server we've seen that ticket. Okay. Oh, is it where we're in here and then the ticket gets updated while we're looking at it? Now what does it say? Aha. It says we've only seen one. Receive a message, there's a ticket update. Yeah, we didn't tell the server that we saw it. So we should do that on ticket up. That's what I was doing, and then that was a problem, wasn't it? Ticket update, right? It was this middleware. Oh, that was select ticket. It was unselect ticket that does it, right? No. What's this sorcery? What are you talking about? The what I'm working on? Or the recap or what? This right here is Redux. And I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong here. I'm missing it should have sent a message to the server. At what point do we do that? It should have sent one of these messages that we've read it. I should do it on ticket update is what I should do if we have the ticket selected. But when do I do this ticket read? I forgot. I guess it's when we select it? Oh yeah, right here. So we need to do this also if the ticket updates and we happen to be looking at it. So yeah, that's what I need to do. So this is handling ticket update. Ticket update, right? Similar to selected ticket. Ticket update. But only if we have that ticket selected. So if ticket.id, we have to have a selected ticket. Whoops. So that means let's break this out. Let's alphabetize it, and we need get state. So if get state, well, const selected ticket equals get state. Session selected ticket, right? If selected ticket and selected ticket ID is the ticket's ID, then we have seen it. So tell the game we've seen it. Hold on a second, my son's asking me something. Yep. Home alone with sick kid. Wants to be fed. He said he can wait though. Very, very nice of him to say that. Am I working with React and C++? Well, the thing is, this is a multiplayer game, so the server end is in C++, and there's a connection between them. So if I show you this, there's a constant stream of information from the actual game is running in the back end. It's sending these messages to the web app saying, move these sprites around on the screen. So those correspond to non-player characters moving in the background in the game. And anything that we do, like moving around like this, is a message in the other direction to tell, in this case for the admin, it's just modifying my position in the game. If it was a real player, though, it would be telling the game, I want to move. So I look at these. It's, hey, I want to move with the A key, which is left, right? And then stop moving. And then it's telling us shift everything over and then move yourself. So yeah, all the front end is in JavaScript, but the back end is all in C++. Yeah. There are two different programs. The back end program is running on my computer as a standalone process. It's actually a bunch of them. This is what its output window looks like. There are actually 4 programs running, 3 game servers, and one what I call the orchestrator, which is what we're looking at the output window of, sort of collecting together all the diagnostic messages from all 3, from 10, 11, and 12, and printing them out. And I have 3 game servers for fault tolerance, so that if let's say server 12, which is the leader of the cluster, it's running the game. If it were to crash, servers 10 or 11 could take over, because they're constantly getting fed updates so that they have an exact copy of the game at all times. Need to figure out how to do dynamic dispatch, like with like async stuff. Yeah. So a lot of different things are happening in the backend servers, right? So the leader, there are 3 servers. They pick amongst each other one of their number to be to run the game, and that's using this Raft consensus algorithm. Once the leader's picked, it's running the game system, so it's moving around the NPCs and stuff like that. It's also telling all the connected players like what to draw on the screen. And then the front end web app is doing all this local API, all this local user interface stuff. And when we actually want to affect the game, then a message has to go to the game. So, for example, when I go here and I close this ticket, that was a message to the game to tell the game, hey, I want to close that ticket. What the heck are you doing here? I don't know. You're trying to learn, I guess. You're not too dumb for this stream. You have to remember, this is not something I wrote in a day. I've been working on this since October of last year. All right. Well, sorry. Yeah, it's better? Okay, no, you're not dumb. Don't leave me. Now, if you have any specific questions, I can get into the detail about how certain things work, but to explain the whole game is kind of hard since I've been building this up since October. There's no load balancing of requests. Yeah, that's one of the problems with Raft, is that it only solves fault tolerance. So you still have to have the leader be the one to finalize all changes. Like, it has to make sure that a change is correct and can be done. The followers are just like slaves, and they're only there to keep a copy in case the leader dies. So if you wanted load balancing, you can actually still load balance if they're read-only requests, because these follower servers all have copies of the game, so any one of them can tell you the answer to a query if it's a read-only query. If it's a request to change the state of the game, it has to go through the leader ultimately, and so you really can't load balance that unless you had multiple clusters, and then each local cluster would maybe be responsible for a different area of the game, and then you have like I guess a second tier of consensus, which glues the different parts of the game back together. But I hope I don't have to do that. But maybe if I needed to load balance writing to the game, I would do that by breaking the game up into different regions or whatnot, and each region would have its own cluster with its own leader, and then there would be some super cluster formed out of that to piece the different areas of the game together. Or there could just be a loose confederation of realms. Like, each game world could have its own cluster, and they're just independent game states. And if you travel from one realm to another, it's like a handoff from one cluster to another. You bought the C programming language book. Excellent. The only place where you can have slaves and kill children? That's true. These slaves are program instances, and they're fine to kill and to be slaves, because they're not creatures with souls. Even making your own programming language, you have so much to learn. Yeah, Jelmega knows a lot about programming languages. He's making his own language called MJ. Making a programming language, that's a whole nother topic. Like, in college, you would take a special course like called compiler theory or compiling or computer language theory, and they teach you about how to do that. But you take a whole semester to learn that stuff. Yeah, the visual style of it is kind of like Angband or Ultima or that whole genre of games where it's a tile-based art. And I'm not animating the tiles yet. I want to do that, like have the water animate slightly. I haven't gotten to it yet. Too many things for me to do. Right now I'm working on a ticketing system. And hopefully I worked out all these bugs. So now the test would be, can I make a new issue? And when I visit it, did it just tell the game that I visited or not? We're in the wrong one. Go to that one. Redux. Yes, it told the game. So now if I were to add a note to the ticket, it shows up in yellow. But if I go back and if I log out and log back in, it should not show it back in yellow again. Oh, it still shows up in yellow. Okay, but it didn't show this one, so it's just this one. Okay, so let's see why that would have happened. So another note. And what did we tell the game? Oh, we didn't send to the... Okay, when we selected it, we sent that we saw changes to. We didn't have to do that because we already had seen it. Ticket update is not doing what I hoped it would do, though. It should have sent that, and it didn't. Okay, there's a lot of chat. Do you generate maps or have these levels designed? What I did, in fact, I did this like an hour ago, is I have built-in game tools. So if I am the admin of the game, I can actually go to that lonely island, and I have tools here I can paint. So I can put, let's put some swamp over here. Or I can create some mountains over here, and we can surround it with water. So I'm just, every time I move the mouse with the button held down, I'm telling the game to create an entity in the game. So every position in here has an entity. I can pick any one of these and look at that entity, and it has a tile information and a position in the game. I can, let's say I can put a 1 in front of that. I've just moved that mountain around. Moved it down, actually up to, where'd it go? Where'd that mountain go? There it is. I moved it over there, right? So I can move it back to, let's say, -10. There, I moved the mountain back there. Or I can just, with this, I can just hit shift click and it moves the mountain in place. There, I'm moving the mountain around. I can also hold down Alt to make copies of the mountain. Or I can hit right click on this screen and delete all the mountains. So that's what I'm doing. I'm painting the world with the built-in tools. So responsive? Well, this is a local copy of the game. I can do the same thing in the real game. It's fairly responsive because it's a release build. Is anyone logged into the game right now? No one's in the game. It's a lonely game. There's no one here. But if someone was here, they could probably see me, decide that I don't like this water, I'm going to destroy it. Or I could say, no, let's put the water back. Let me know if I missed any chat. It was flowing kind of quickly there. I might have missed something. Yeah, so the game has some prototype NPCs, some prototype items in it. You can log into it now and play around with it. They're teleporters. This takes you to a zone I had set up for testing called the Far Lands, where a lot of NPCs have collected here because they're not smart enough to navigate all the way back out. Oh, there's PWS marching through the game. Each one of these, you can't see it, but I can. These are special triggers. So this one is a teleporter that takes you back to here. This is a teleporter that's visible just because I assigned it a tile, and that takes you back out to the default zone. And I have an infinite hallway over here. Here, we'll let this orc demonstrate. Actually, I don't have the shift click working in the real game yet. But maybe PWS would be so good as to demonstrate the infinite hallway here. Don't be scared of that orc. You can walk right through him. Okay. So every time he steps there, he'll be booted back. So to him, it just looks like he's moving constantly to the right and nothing ever never gets anywhere. He can't see that there is actually an end. So yeah, this was a little test area. I haven't really built any content in the game yet because I'm still building out the mechanics behind the game. All right, so back to work here. I was trying to figure out. We don't need this. We don't need this weird rock anymore. Let's delete it. Zoop, zoop. Trying to figure out why. That's strange how it did that. Did it? Oh, I think I know what happened. Every time I do that, it disconnects from the game servers. Yeah, look at that. Disconnected. And it gets reconnected because it's sending a message it shouldn't be sending. Anyway, okay, I'll fix that later. The problem was here, right? Okay, let's try this again. So, actually, if I'm just sitting here and I add another test note, it shows up there. We receive a message that the ticket was updated, but we're not telling the game that we saw it. That's the problem. Thanks for the follow. It would be cool to have a bot that would build the map. We do have people in chat who have made bots for my game and to move around. And if I gave them access to the commands to build the game, they could do that. I kind of like that idea. I'm going to give you a point for that. And I'm going to write it down in my notebook. Have you ever played a game called Tibia before? No. But I have played games that have Lewis scripting in them. I don't have Lewis scripting in my real game right now, but I had it in my prototype game. I do want to add it in for the dialogue system, but I haven't yet gotten to it yet. Cellular Automata map builder? I mean, that would be, yeah. We'll have to see how that could play out. Have something just wandering the game, creating mountains. It should have a teleporter on both sides, but then you'd be stuck there forever playing Skizzers. You'd be stuck in that infinite hallway, and there'd be no way to escape. Unless I made a invisible passage through one of the walls that you'd have to use to escape, right? I don't have the game tool set up to do that, but something like, that would be devious, right? So I could make it so that, maybe if you step here, you get teleported to here. So if you tried to move back, you would just be moving forward, and then I maybe put a hidden passage back, like down here, that led you back here, and then have these be one-way walls. So you can maybe pass through this from the north only, and pass through this from the south only. And then I have to add vision obstruction to the game so you can't see this passage until you try to step through it. Right? I want to add that stuff eventually, but that's more game mechanics I don't have yet. Supposed to meet with the CTO, but they never have time for you? Well, they're probably very busy people. It's not you, right? They're very busy. Tibia is actually the oldest MMORPG running today, basically a knockoff of Ultima. Oh, interesting. I'll give you a point for suggesting that. I could take a look at it for ideas. Used to play it? Oh, okay. Playing with Skizzers is familiar with it. I've never heard of it before. Okay, back to this bug. Oh, I was able to see that here, right? When a ticket update comes in, am I just not capturing this correctly? No, it should have, since we have it selected. Hold on, maybe the action isn't right. Action should be ticket. What is the action? Oh, no, that's wrong. Oh, no, that's right. Hold on. We get ID, ticket, type, and Y. So ticket. Oh, no, that's not right. It's not ticket ID, it's just ID. So I need ID. And ticket, and then this is ID. Ticket. Okay, that's the bug. Okay, let's test it. So sitting here in this issue, we just told the game by at some point, saw that we told the game what these send to games here. We told it that we've seen those changes. It's actually sending it too often. I should only send it if it changes. Let me fix that. That's select ticket. This we should only do that if it changed, right? So if so, it's the same thing. Get state, right? So we'll need to know. We'll need to get access to the tickets. So const tickets equals get state. Actually, it's just ticket or it's our local copy of the ticket as opposed to this select. Select. What to name this? This is the act in the action. Actually, it's already in there, isn't it? I can see that if I look at this select ticket. Yeah, it has last changes already in it. So okay, so I don't need that. I don't need that. I just say if ticket.history.length is greater than ticket.last changes. What if it's new though? Well, the game would have told us something, right? Actually, I'll have to test that. Also, if it's not seen. So if one of these is not true, if not ticket.seen or that, then dispatch this. Okay, let's try this. So if I click that a bunch of times, it shouldn't send anything to the game. But if I add a note, it should send to the game that we saw it. And if the admin changes it, we will have received a ticket update, and then we'll immediately bounce back to the game that we saw it. But what if we weren't looking at it? So back here, test. Okay, that didn't work. It should have highlighted it in yellow. I screwed something up. Oh, wait. It's only if it's selected, isn't it? No, hold on, I'm in the wrong spot. It's ticket update. Hold on, it's going sending that anyway, even though we haven't selected it? What's the state look like? Wait a minute, we haven't selected it, but why is it still showing something? Oh, I'm in the wrong screen, that's why. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong screen. My bad. Go back here, and then from here, add a note. Shows up in yellow, great. And we should have also told the game that we saw it. Actually, we tell it as what? Hold on. Receive, okay, ticket is updated. Okay, we didn't. Because I haven't selected it yet. But as soon as I select it, we'll have told the game that we've seen it. Great, okay. So many things to test in this UI. I wonder if I should just push it out to production and let people tell me if it still has bugs or not. Still running, huh? So it's the oldest, and yeah, you said it is still running today. That's kind of cool. So even older than EverQuest? Older than RuneScape? Okay. I can't close it because I lack permission. Because it's not open yet. Okay, this guy can close it though. It's closed. Let's test this new stuff again. Let me just look at what it sent the game. I forgot that I had that in the game. I don't think I need that. Wait. Yeah, why is that in there? It's just going to do that, isn't it? Why do I have this new ticket reported? Why did I do that? On new ticket. Oh, because we received a message, new ticket. Oh, okay. Yeah. My naming is just confusing me. This should be like reflect new ticket or something. Right now you're working on an access policy mechanism, although you prefer to go to C++. I was on C++ for the first couple hours of this. Now I'm on the front end, which is the React side. So, yeah. You missed the C++ part, I think. Anyway, I think this is okay. So if I log out and log back in, I haven't clicked on it yet, so it should still it should still show it in red because I haven't seen it. Good. And clicking it should be enough to where now if I log out and log in, it will show that it is not new. And it should be enough here to go to that ticket and add a note, and then this should show it in yellow. Okay. Cool. Clicking it shows the thing I hadn't seen yet, and then if I add another test note, it shows it again. Back, it's not highlighted anymore. Type a new note, and it is. Go back, type a new note, goes up in yellow again, only shows me the new one. I think it's working. If I type my own note here, and go back. What if I type my own note, and then lose my connection and come back? Right, that's what I expect. Cool. Yeah, I'll probably miss something, and someone will report it. I'm just going to say I've done the best I can to test the UI. I don't like to do automated tests of UI because it's even more work. I'll just check this in as it is. Okay, so this is... oh, I'm not done yet. Actually, I wanted to do an animation for the this thing. You know what I'm just gonna have it do? I'm gonna have it oscillate in size. I'm gonna just look up how to do that. So CSS animate element size. Let's see. Really, let's. It should be like animate element size scale or scale. Which command are you talking about? Oh, Git GUI. It's not built into Git. It's if you have Git for Windows installed, it comes with it. But for like Linux, I think it's an extra package you have to install. It's just one user interface for Git. There's lots of other ones out there. There's like Git Kraken, Tortoise Git. You could just use the command line, git add, git commit. There's a lot of Git user interfaces out there. Just pick the one that you like the best. They're all basically the same. Should I just pick one of these? Oh, that's a specific problem. I want like an example. Transforms for, this is exactly for me. I want that like continuous. How about animate scale continuously? Continuously animate elements background. That's jQuery though. Hey there, Liquidor. Need help with the CSS? Yeah, I don't know how to do it. What I wanted to do was and you don't have to teach me. I can find this out by myself, but I just want this element, which is, I think it's a button with a background. Actually, let me see exactly what it is, because I forget. I forget what I do. That is a button containing an image, but I guess I can just make the image the target of my CSS. Basically, if I have tickets that are new or updated, I wanted that to sort of pulse so that it grabs your attention. So I was thinking of scaling from 1 to 1.2 or something like that, and in a loop. Use keyframes, right. Don't know anything about that. That's what I was looking up. I hesitate to look at W3 schools, though. Hey, Mr. Muffles. I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you doing? Okay, let's at least get the CSS class on it first, right? So let's compute if the class needs to be applied. That would be in tickets. Actually, it's not tickets. It's the playing activity where we have the tickets panel. There's an icon for it. This one right here. So I'm going to, I guess, apply it to the image. Class names equals, and let's steal from where I used class names before. This thing. And let's give it a name like Pulse or something. And we'll say, we'll invent a Boolean here. Tickets added or updated. So that will be a prop. Or we can compute it from tickets. So I'll need to have the tickets. Tickets. So let's compute it from tickets. So right here. So let tickets update is false. And what we'll do is we'll go through all of the tickets and see if anyone we haven't seen, or if any of them have changes we haven't seen. So that would be, actually we need to have tickets mapped. So tickets comes from state session tickets. Mapped. All right. So let's just start off with having it be if any are added. So tickets for each. I forget how this works. Keyframes for repeated effects, transforms, transitions for event-based effects. So I'll have a keyframes then. Okay. 0 and 100% with transform scale 1.2. Okay. Eating and lurking, huh? Nothing beats showers though. All the showers are in bathrooms, so you're still correct. So Mr. Muffles, we miss you. Have you stopped streaming for good, or are you just taking a break? I hope you're still working on your game. Mr. Muffles was working on a game in Unity that reminded me a lot of Ghouls and Ghosts, or Ghosts and Goblins. I've seen the name by those two. I've seen the game by those two names in the past, and his game reminded me of those games. Nui says it's dark outside. You can see a lot of flashes in the sky. We don't hear anything. Yeah, you can have lightning without thunder if it's a distance away or it's muffled by something. Break that was supposed to end months ago. I know how that goes. Let us know if you need help in the motivation category. Not planning on stopping? That's good. I forget how to do for eaches in JavaScript. It's already an array, so I don't need values. Do I just do it like this? Yeah. Okay, so for each ticket, do something, right? And so it'll be if a ticket dot, if not ticket seen, then this is true. Else, if we've seen it, let's check to see. Well, I guess I can combine this all together. And then I can make this into an any, right? Instead of a for each. So let me look that up. That was, let's look up in DevDocs. I love this DevDocs. Especially because it has a dark theme. Isn't that any? I know, let's look up arrays prototypes. Array.prototype. I thought it had an any or a find. Includes. That's not what I want. I want one that takes an iterator. Find, I think, is it, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I want. So this is just tickets.find. And then we have to return true or false. Actually, I can reduce this down to like ticket, not ticket seen, or ticket dot the field might not exist, so it's a two-parter. It has to be ticket dot last change and that it's less than ticket dot history dot length. There we go. All right. Let's see if it gets applied correctly. Here. It's oh, thank you, Liquidor. Let me take that. Let me get the class to work, and then I'll try out your thing, and then I'll give you a bunch of points if it works. All right. So I should not actually look at that. I should look at it now, and then see if it changes when okay, it's already applied, so it's not working. Yeah. Did I get this wrong? Yeah, that shouldn't have been applied. So let me debugger that. Okay. Yeah, we can tune the speed in a minute. Okay. It's undefined. Why would it be undefined? Wouldn't that be either true or false? And this is not good anyway, that it's, Oh, is it because it hasn't loaded them yet? Yeah. Now it's loaded them. What is it? What's going on here? Why does it say it's an object? Did I not understand? Find? Oh, it's not Boolean. It returns the value of it. I don't want find then. I want, like any or has or something. A lightning hit? Ooh. Everyone here is just smart? No, well, I don't think it's smart. I think it's that we've done things before, we have experience, and so we can recall or make new things based on experience. So just like anything in life, the more you experience, the more you learn. Like your name says, you want to learn more. You will learn more, and then you will look smart to those people that are still learning that haven't gotten as far as you have, and so just to the degree to which we all have picked up things. I feel like I'm not very smart about array prototype. I want something that returns a Boolean. And I don't want every. I want like, shouldn't there be an any? Maybe it's some. Oh, that's what it is, some. Returns true if at least one element satisfies the giving. So that's exactly what I want. I want some. Some. And then I can probably remove the debugger, right? And then reload that guy. He's still stuck in the debugger. Reload. The debugger's confusing me. Okay. Whoops, I hit F11. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Whew. It's still set. Why? Grr. It shouldn't be set. Debugger again, I suppose. False. True. So one of these, we either have... Let's look at tickets. Tickets. Is that... Can you guys see that, or is that too narrow? Need to return? I thought that's what it was if you do this notation. Arrow and then an expression, it just returns that. Is that not true? Oh, these are all marked false. Oh, it's an old one marked false. Yes, so... Okay, I need to fix that. It's that... okay, let's remove the debugger because it's annoying me now. It's there are some that I haven't seen because there's the one we haven't seen before. So I should fix that though. The old closed tickets should like not count, so to speak. I'll have to fix it before I deploy it. Anyway, this should be fixed now, right? It won't have that class. Nice, doesn't have the class. But if I were to, from this other window, go add a note to something like test, this should now update. Oh, I shouldn't be showing that. Go back to this tab. Add a note. It didn't update. Why not? Is this not showing the right one? Huh. It's not right. You can set breakpoints in the inspector. That's true. Did you learn React from documentation? I learned it from a combination of trying to do it on stream here, following through their tutorials on React. I think it's React.io or something, reactjs.io or something like that. And just trial and error and getting feedback from my viewers. When you breakpoint, you can see all the previous variable values. Don't think so. You can just see what the variable's current values are. Reactjs.org, that's it. Yeah. Those tutorials are okay. I think my problem here is it's not that we haven't seen it, but that we haven't seen all the changes. Let me close that one. Make a new one. Go back to this tab, and I bet it will have that. So, okay, the seen it or not was working. It's the other thing that's not working. So let's see if we've seen it. And now add a note to it. So there's a change. Doesn't have the class. Why? So here, I'll try the selective debugging. Actually, no, I'm just going to add a debugger. Because I'll have to have it re-render anyway. It's false, but the last ticket in there will have something in it. Seen it. Last changes is 1, history is length 2. So it didn't evaluate that right. What did I get wrong here? Last change. Hold on. Tickets 12. Last changes. Changes, not change. TypeScript would have told me about that, right? One last try. All right, does it have the class? It does. Okay, but when I click it and visit it, now it will not have the class. Correct. Okay, so now if I add another note to it, it should get it. Yes. Okay, cool. Ready to try Liquidor's animation. Whew. All right. I'm going to pull up what Liquidor had sent me. Here it is. You can also hover over the variables to see the values. If you had hovered over the misspelled last change, you would have seen an unsaid variable. But that would, can I see that if it's inside of this arrow function? And if we break here, we won't have been able to see it, right? You mean even if I hover over it here and we're not in that context, will it still show me that? I'm not sure if it would. Oh, that's easy. So let me type it because it helps me reinforce my learning. I want to make this a reusable bit of CSS, so we'll just make a new class called Pulse. And then you had oh, you had it applied to the div. Can you apply it to the image? Let me see if I can apply it to the image. So it's animation Pulse, which is the name for our keyframes, right? And then the period. Let's set it a little bit quicker. Infinite. What's alternate do? Does it alternate like back and forth? And then, yeah, keyframes, the name. And then it's the two keyframes, right? 0% and 100%. Transform. Scale 1 and scale 1.2. If you want to learn about animation properties, oh, that's a good link. CSS Expert Liquidor. Hey, look at that. A little bouncing exclamation mark. Do you think that's noticeable enough? I'm also in the wrong window. Do you think that's noticeable enough, or should I make that, should it be more prominent? Actually, I wanted the whole button to pop, really, so let me move it to the whole button up here. Oh, that's a little bit weird, since it goes off the top. Maybe it's better where it was. I think that's good enough. You'll see that and be like, oh, there's something to look at there. And then it stops as soon as you clear everything. Don't get too hung up on the UI. It's likely to change in the future. But it's nice to know how to do these things. You played this game in the 80s? Yeah, that's the whole point. I'm making my game from inspirations from games I liked when I was a kid, like Ultima 4. So there's a lot of resemblance, right? The style, the UI layout. Yeah. Change the background to red would also be cool. It has an alert. Oh, can we animate the background color? So if I just type something here, right? No, it won't animate it because, right, because it's only if it changes when we're not looking at it. I have to change it from here. And the fact that it does this in the admin console, I don't care right now. Okay, there it's popping, so let's play around with that here. Actually, I can play around with it. No, it's just as fast to play around with it here, right? Can I do something like background color red? Yeah, look at that. You can do any CSS, yes. It might be nice to have. Well, that's good enough. It's showing me a square red. That's maybe a little bit too obnoxious. What if I do goldenrod? I don't know about that. How about that magic color that I forget who it was. Let me look up the name. Razzie had this magic color. The magic color that's the not quite obnoxious red. It reminds me of watermelon for some reason. Maybe because I'm getting hungry. Border radius the image, the size of the box. Well, maybe what I could also do is just make this applied to the button that it's in, and not the image. Right? So I could do something like, well, I had to take it and put it on the button again. But more to like what Liquidor had originally. 2 animations. Can you do it with 1 animation? I know I could do it with 2. I can just do this. Pulse, image, pulse, button. Or really, let's be more specific about it. Pulse scale, and this is pulse red. And then I guess I can just leave that empty, right? And then just leave that out. There we go. So I have to have 2 rules. You can chain animations, you can make as many keyframe animations as you like. So it would be cool as if I could have 1 keyframes that like had different different CSS for different things, but I don't know if you can do that. Maybe a lighter green. So green is the selection color. So that's going to be, is that too obnoxious? I really do want, if that happens, I want people to be led to like look at what changed, and then when they're done, it goes away and only pops back if if something has changed. It's fast, but that's just you. Let me think about that. I'll worry about it's always going to be on for the admin right now, but that's okay. Let me play around with the speed. I can make that a variable, and I'm going to go do that now. Pulse period. Let's try 500 like what Liquidor had originally. So here I do a var that. So that's 500. Okay, I can see how you'd like that. You'll stick with that. Didn't know CSS had variables? Yeah. It's not old, it's relatively new, but it's kind of cool because you can have it defined in one place like a constant and then use it. So I use that for like standard colors. So I could have the magic color if I wanted. In fact, I think I'm going to do that. Var not so obnoxious red. Not so obnoxious red is that color. It's similar to the visited link color, only more red. So then I can change it if I wanted to red. That's obnoxious now. And then I can actually search for that and put it everywhere else. So this var reference could go here instead of the hard-coded color. There we go. You consider SCSS. I don't know it yet. So I don't feel like I am comfortable with CSS yet. So I don't want to like learn something that's based on CSS until I've gotten comfortable with CSS. But yeah, I've heard about it and I probably will pick it up after I get comfortable with CSS. All right, see, I want to learn more. Postal Rat, how are you doing? Have you been here a while? Nope. We've drawn you out of lurkerdom. How are you doing? So what's opened at VS? Here, this is the CSS for this button. You can do both at the same time, only use SCSS for the lesser stuff like colors. It's like TypeScript for JavaScript. You can transition into it at your own speed. Anyway, I I owe Liquidor a lot of points for writing me that that animation. So congrats. I like it. I'm gonna go with it. It's like a watermelon red, that color, by the way. And that goes away as soon as I look at that. Cool. Let's check that in. And I might actually deploy this. Actually, I'm gonna post-stream, I'm gonna work on the fact that on the admin tool, it's always stuck on. I think that's a side effect of the fact that the player has no identity, the admin has no player identity. So there's simply no record stored about what tickets we've seen. And I'm not exactly sure how I want to fix that, so I'll have to think about it. All right. So we're gonna say that's just lumped into all of this stuff. So show indicators for new and updated tickets. Highlight. Oh, I'm being rated by Makings of a Hero. How are you doing, Makings of a Hero? How was your stream? I'm just checking in some work I did. I updated the ticketing system in my game so that now if you're not looking at your in-game tickets, if you're just having fun in the game, and then let's say you have a ticket open to report an issue and the admin says something, now it'll pop that up in a not so obnoxious red, more like a watermelon red. and a little animation there. When you click it, it'll highlight the ticket that changed, and when you click it, it highlights the note that was added. And then when you're done looking at it, it dismisses the alert. So that's what I worked on today. That took about 4 hours because the memory of what tickets you've looked at had to be added to the back end. It's actually saved along with all the rest of the game data, and it had to be communicated correctly between the server and the client, and then the front end UI work was about like an hour and a half, with help from Liquidor to get the nice blinking animation there. It does look like Ultima 5. That's because I'm inspired by these Ultima games, like Ultima 4 and 5, that I played when I was a kid. So I've always wanted to make my own game like that, and this is like the third or fourth incarnation of it. Now I'm doing it on stream as a way to motivate me to get it done. Sort of a life goal. Your stream is good. You've been focusing on character creation, and it has come along a lot. The tickets are for messaging you about bugs and reports. Yeah. So in the real game, there are quite a few of them. There are almost what? If I just show the by ID, there are 378 tickets in the game. And on average, I think most players don't have any, maybe one or two, but a few players have quite a few, like Kenkomatics and Nui. And so for the really helpful players like Nui and Liquidor and Kenkomatics, I've always wanted to have this in there so that if let's say I go in here and I say, I fixed this bug, then Nui will find out about it next time they log in. They'll see this blinking. They'll see a highlight for that it was updated. So yeah, this whole system is just a convenient way to report issues. Also, it's if you have a problem with someone else in the game and you want to flag them for, inappropriate conduct. Or also, if you change your name, there's a ticket open to check to make sure your name is acceptable. In fact, I think we had one today for that. Actually, we had 3 of them. Let me process them. So Raz, right? That name is acceptable, so I close and lock that ticket. That one's fine. And this is okay, ASD, fine. And then I have to go back in here and find them and unmask them. So red means you don't see their names in game. That's to prevent someone from picking a bad name and having it show up in game. All right, unmask them all, they all show up. No one is actually playing my game right now, but that's fine. There's not much content in my game yet, so what there's going to be is all of the things you'd expect in an RPG. Also, I want to have different things you can explore and secrets you can find, puzzles to solve. So I have some prototypes in here. So I have a prototype little area here. It's not too big. So, if I get to the boundary here, there's nothing past it. So it's a bunch of little islands. I have test items. I have test NPCs. So you need to pick up the test item to despawn the test NPC. There's also these teleporter gateways. This one leads you down to here, and then this one leads you to another special test zone. So I have all of the controls in game as an admin. I can paint the world. I can destroy the world. I can replace the world. And working on this on stream, adding a little bit day to day. And at some point we'll have actual game content. But right now I'm still working on the mechanics, both in the game and also in these the things on the side, like the ticketing system, chatbot integration, that kind of thing. C++, yay. Live to learn. How are you doing? How'd the dialogue thing go? It's coming along. So this is what I have so far. Oh, I need to escape this zone. Let me pull my character out of there. And click. Oh, that didn't work. Shift click? Uh-oh. Oh, that's not working. Okay, well, I can pull them into the zone by doing that. Is it that they're not logged in? Huh. Something's broken. Okay, anyway, let's just manually teleport them into the world here. 2, -3, ECS teleport to -3. There. All right. So yeah, the dialogue system, I have only 2 dialogues I support. I was working on this yesterday, so some test dialogues. If you step on this sign, it'll say that. So when I step on the sign, it says that. So the next thing I worked on is there's another one mid bridge there, so to speak, that looks like this, where it's 2 messages with a pause in between. So for that, if you step on that square, it shows the first message and then it changes this from a chat entry to press any key to continue, right? That kind of thing. And you click that, then it shows you the second message. So that's as much as the dialogue system as I've done. The next thing to do in the dialogue system would be to add multiple states. And so here's an example: conversation with a guard. The initial state depends on if he recognizes you or not. And then in the conversation state, here are the things you can ask him about. And then here are his reactions when you ask him those things. You know, what state does it move to? And whether it's multiple choice or not. This is a multiple choice one. So I haven't done multiple states or conversation choices yet. Do you plan to have a system where users can submit maps? Yes, but not that they would submit a whole map, but that I would give them some of the same tools I have in the game myself, where you can just paint the background. Like I can create mountains up here. I give them the same kind of tools and let them be able to fill in the world the way I do. And probably the way I would do it is I would give them a special ability to teleport to the zone that they're allowed to author, and then when it's done and I check it out, then I would connect it to the rest of the world. Should have a PvP-like quest for epic loot, where you place traps and stuff. Of course. It'll have all of these ideas. Part of the way I want to integrate this game with my Twitch stream is I show you how I'm building it live, and also all of your ideas I try to incorporate as much as I can. Haven't had the energy to code or play the game in quite some days. Well, Liquidor, that's because you spent so much time writing your bot to play my game for you, right? Sounds like a really convenient system that you seem to have nailed. Going to need a similar system, but haven't started thinking about how to accomplish it. Oh, for the ticketing system? Yeah. Well, I'm glad, City of Corbars. I don't need these mountains. Let's destroy them. Wahaha. So yeah, is anyone playing now? No, no one wants to play. I think I'm done with the ticketing stuff for today. In fact, I'm at 4 hours. It's probably a good time to wrap this up. I was in the middle of checking this in, right? Highlight tickets that are new. Haven't seen yet. Highlight tickets that have changes. Well, when looking at a ticket, highlight rows for highlight history rows that haven't been seen previously. Thanks for the follow, City Crowbars. And we want to animate the tickets panel icon when there are new or updated tickets. Is that all I did? Oh, we have to tell the game server when we see new tickets or ticket updates, so that it records that on the server side. I also made the ticket list an actual table. Make the ticket history a table, because otherwise the highlighting didn't work really well. And we're done. I'm starting to lose my voice too, so it might be a good time to check this in, to push it upstream, start thinking about rating someone else. Why don't you add save file compression to add it? Right now I'm doing everything in JSON, just because it's easy to see and easy to debug, but I will be doing some compression. If that's what you're saying, should I use compression in the messages that are sent to and from the game? Is that what you mean? Reload that. Here's the communication of all the stuff between... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong window. Oh, I don't want to look at this one. This one, please. Yeah, here's all the communication between the client and the server, right? And so you can see it's all JSON. If you mean like, why don't I compress this stuff? Mostly because it's really easy to debug in the browser when it's not compressed. But there is a performance hit, so in the back end of the game, I'll eventually get this compressed to a binary form. And I might have to compress it on the server to client side too if it lags the game or slows down the game, having to format these messages. Right now, though, the messages aren't that frequent and they're not that big. You can see that their sizes aren't terrible. This one is maybe the biggest one, 11 kilobytes to draw the initial view of the camera. That's true. Blackthorn did do nothing wrong. I get that reference. Very big message engine. Yeah, so I've been profiling the game backend to see where the bottlenecks are. So far, the talking to the game clients is not the bottleneck. It's the backend game systems that are moving these NPCs around, and whenever you move your character in game like that, and that's the next area I'm going to hit, is all of the changes to the game that are right now being serialized through the game journal are in JSON, and I'll probably make that binary. Let me show you what it looks like. So every game server keeps this game journal. It looks like this. So these are, and it just rotated it. So let me look at one that has already been rotated. Journal. Yeah, so it all looks like this, right? They're all, each line is a JSON string, so this is very frequent. So every time an NPC moves, we have two changes to the game. We have the new position of the NPC, and we have the fact that their move is cooled down, that they can't move again until the time reaches this, right? So yeah, this could be compressed down quite a bit and save a lot of time, both generating these strings and then having to parse them back. It takes a lot of game time. And the player never sees that directly, so I can compress that without affecting the front end at all. Let me show you some of the stuff I added. So I can pick up these items now. These swords, we need these swords, because that's the only way to defeat these NPCs. As I step on them, oh, that one was a special one that had a teleporter attached, and I just killed him. Oh well. Yeah, normal NPCs, they don't teleport you around, they just die when you step on them. But every time I use the, whenever I slay an NPC, 1 point of durability goes away from the weapon until the weapon breaks. And they start with 3, so so that sword just broke, right? If I don't want this sword to break, I can right-click it to drop it into the world and leave it there. Only thing is, though, if one of these NPCs steps on that sword, they get their revenge. Here, let me show you. If Ogre, you could be so kind as to step on that sword for me, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. Is he gonna do it? Step on it. You can do it. There we go. He swallowed. NPC swallowed. Oh, I misspelled that. Should say a sword, not as sword. Yeah, so those are some test game systems I had put into play. So there's a system to spawn NPCs, like that one just spawned. There's the despawning system where you now have to have a sword to despawn them. There's the NPC movement, and there's also the older systems I had before, which is player movement, and the rendering system, which is painting the world as we move and as we teleport around. And there's a trigger system for now for when we step on the sign, the trigger system, which starts the dialogue system, which shows those messages. And there's a hidden teleporter up here that ports me down here. That's another part of the trigger system. And all of that's using an entity component system I've been building up. I'm getting kind of tired though, my friends. I think I'm going to wrap it up unless there are any more questions. I'm not sure what I'll work on tomorrow. Maybe more game content? Maybe fix this thing? It shouldn't do that for me. Probably deploy this and see if people have trouble with the ticketing system changes. may it be add Node.js for server and client communication. So I've hand coded the backend WebSocket stuff. The front end, I'm just using what's in vanilla JavaScript, which is fine. You want to see what that looks like? It's pretty cool. I have it stowed away in the middleware, Redux middleware for dealing with the game connection. So when we say connect to a server, what it does is it says new WebSocket, and it goes to the host and port number of the server, and it attaches listeners so that when we get a message from the server, I dispatch another Redux action to receive a message from the server, and when we always expect the incoming message to be JSON format, so we always parse it. This is what I would change, by the way, if I wanted to compress those messages from the server and use binary instead of using JSON parse. It would be to decode the binary, the data as binary, right? Anyway, that gets received, and then that goes to another handler called receive message, which I have in server message middleware, and that has a big dispatch table of all the different messages the server can tell us, call the matching method. So like sprites, for example, we'll dispatch another action to reflect the sprites, and that's handled by the stage. Reflect sprites, and that adds sprites to the game. Reflect sprite added actually comes back to us here, and we compute where to draw it on the screen, and I use the phaser stage to add a sprite based off of the texture that we're told and all that good stuff. So it all comes together. Any C++ render library file that are good. I don't know. I use JavaScript for all my rendering right now. Ship it? Not sure if you're looking forward to or not the messages being binary. Yeah, well, you'll see the format, Liquidor. It won't be that terrible. Remember the, I've already forgotten the name myself, but, what was it? When was it when we were talking about this? Back when I was refactoring, right? Server performance. I would have thought it was in here, but maybe I did not write it down. Huh. I guess I didn't write it down. But there was, what was it called? Anybody remember? I was looking at protobuf, and then someone recommended I look into, like, message something. Looking forward to working on it. Always wanted to learn binary more. Yeah. It will be a while. It'll be a while, though, because I think right now the bottlenecks are all on the back end. Piggy bag. Piggyback? No, it was message something. I just forget what it was. But anyway, virus nut C++ render library file. One idea that comes to mind is, you know how this phaser.js uses either Canvas or WebGL in the background? WebGL is like a browser-based OpenGL. So one thing you could look into is the libraries that are out there for OpenGL rendering, because then any knowledge you learn from looking at OpenGL, you translate directly to WebGL and just 3D graphics in general. So I'd look up stuff like GLFW. I've toyed around with this for a while. Open source platform for doing OpenGL, OpenGL-ES, and it even supports Vulkan. I didn't know that. So it gives you a window and a context, and then you can look up any number of online OpenGL tutorials that it'll start you off by drawing a triangle, then draw a cube, then now you're making Minecraft, right? It's the rendering part's actually not that hard. And a library like this will help you get started if you wanted to do it in C++. So I'd recommend something like that. GLFW. But yeah, I'm kind of cheating. I'm using Phaser, which handles it for me. I just need to say, draw this square here. And it calls a sprite a square, or you know, a sprite is a squarish thing to draw on the screen somewhere. All right, I'm going to call it I had fun today, my friends. I'm going to go see if we can rate someone. Don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I'll figure it out though. Figure it out. I'll put it in my Discord. I have an announcements channel there. I'll be back. Hopefully, I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m., which is 1700 hours UTC. Can your username be Easter egg in the game that involves a tree? Sure. Interesting request. Let me note it down. Maybe I might have to ask you for more. Oop, wrong day. I might have to ask you for more information about what you mean. But why not? I like doing stuff that people ask for, if it's easy. Oh, Irish John is going, but he's playing StarCraft. He's not doing game dev. So someone else? Okay, well, if you guys like C++ and if you like the rendering stuff, Pocket Watch is working on something interesting. A 2D ARPG, C++, and looks like it's a two-man team. It looks like, is this Andy who's streaming right now? Working on optimization and traps. Ooh, interesting. So we're going to go raid Pocket Watch. I hope you guys have an awesome day. Let me set this up. I'm sure you'll have fun. Say hi to Pocket Watch and see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Bye-bye.